So.
Okay, yeah.
Consequences for people.
Good morning. This is June 22nd, 2021 at the Clackamas County Board of Commissioners Policy Sessions. Our County Administrator, Gary Schmidt, will lead us the way.
Thank you, Chair Smith. A quick addition at the start of your agenda. Commissioner Fisher had asked, what is the county's plans for cooling shelters during this very, very high temperature period we're experiencing? And yes, we do have a plan. Brenda Durbin from Health, Housing, and Human Services is on Zoom. Brenda, could you please give a quick update to the board on what we are doing for cooling shelters?
Yes, thank you for that question, County Administrator and Commissioners. So first, a little bit of background. In previous years, the county has relied on public spaces to provide respite for people who need a place to cool down. Libraries, senior centers, and other sites were listed on the county's website. Due to funding constraints and minimal number of high heat days, the county has not funded cooling centers in the past. We've instead relied on these public spaces. However, with the continued closure of many public spaces due to COVID-19 and the increasing number of high heat days, the county really needs to update this model. Social Services is in the process of drafting an RFP to identify sites and staffing for cooling centers, and these sites will primarily support people who are houseless. It will, however, take several weeks to get the RFP posted and agreements finalized. In the meantime, we're reaching out to community and municipal partners to see if we can identify any spaces that can be used through the coming heat wave where we couldn't see multiple days of temperatures over 100 degrees. We're also working with PGA to update the county's website with helpful information on how to stay safe during a heat wave, because it's not just our houseless neighbors who are impacted. Older adults, people with a disability, and people with certain medical conditions are very vulnerable to serious health impacts due to heat exposure. So I understand that this is not necessarily sufficient for the current situation that we're in, but we are doing what we can to make sure that everyone has some respite from these high temperatures over the next couple weeks as we get this larger infrastructure in place.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for the presenter? Commissioner Fisher?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Smith. So Brenda, I'm curious if there's any way, since the heat is now and it is summer, is there any way to speed up that procurement process with our emergency, given that we have an emergency declaration, and work within that structure?
I'm not sure. I can certainly look into that to see if there's any way that we can prioritize this RFP.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Elizabeth, our finance director is right here. Is this something that we could prioritize internally, this work?
Absolutely. At this time, we can bring it to procurement and we can see what we can do, turn it around quickly.
Yeah, I should have the draft document done by the end of this week. We've been working with community partners to sort of draft language that will, sort of meet the need and what the current capacity is. So, Elizabeth, we can work with your team early next week to get this posted as soon as possible.
Okay. Thank you. We'll look for it.
Yeah, just as a follow-up, and then I'm also concerned, and Nancy's here. Of course, you're not our emergency person anymore.
No, but Daniel is here in the room.
But I mean, we have a fire brewing over in Warm Springs, and are we going to have more smoke, and how are we going to be? I mean, this is something that we just need to systemize as relief for heat or for air quality as well, so.
So we're going to
the RFP will also ask for entities that are interested in being smoke shelters for us. That will involve, discussions of HVAC systems and making sure that if we do contract with an entity for a smoke shelter, they are able to provide an indoor air quality environment that's better than the air quality outdoors.
Good.
We're going to talk about wildfire preparation later on this agenda this morning. So.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brenda Durbin, for that. Gary?
Thank you, Brenda. Now, back to your agenda. American Rescue Plan Act update. Elizabeth Comfort, Finance Director, Nancy Bush, County Operations Officer. If you give a quick update, and then we'll go to the next item after that.
All right, good morning, Commissioners. So we do have a lot that's been going on with the ARPA. So our essential employees, we do have the definition ready. It is now out to the department directors, and they're going to be returning a list to me and Eric Serra in HR with the names of the individuals who they feel like fits that definition, so we can start talking about what that compensation may look like. The status.
What's the deadline on that for the department heads to return the list?
It's the 29th. It's a week from yesterday is when they have to have everything back to us.
Excuse me, so it's next Monday's the deadline, but we're coming to you next Tuesday, Commissioners.
Yes.
At your issues to give you a recommendation on what you could potentially do to recognize these employees. So next Tuesday.
That's better.
Yes.
That's a better answer, thank you.
All right. So the state is also wrapping up this week, so we'll know a little bit more about what kind of funding they're going to be giving to the counties. There's been a lot of things that have been churning there. So we'll have that information as we move forward. And then also the federal dollars should be identified the first part of August as well. So all of us have been concerned to make sure that we don't have like double payment and those types of things for different entities that are getting dollars from different places. So that's going to be helping us to pull our buckets together, the criteria together that we'll be presenting to the county commissioners as well.
And when will that be presented to the commissioners?
So it'll be after mid-August sometimes because.
After mid-August?
Yeah, because that's when we won't know what all of the funding is being done for the feds.
We're waiting for the final guidelines from the U.S. Treasury because they could change.
Yeah.
We don't
But
understand.
Washington County's already made their allocations, Gary.
So they're willing to take a greater risk than we are. But we can, if you want to move faster, Commissioners.
We'll have a discussion later. Nancy, please go ahead.
Yeah. And then the grant guidance, as Gary just mentioned, is not final yet, and they're still waiting for comment, and that is due on July 9th. So we'll be bringing the comments from the county on July 9th to this group, to the commissioners for approval before we send that, I'm sorry, on July 6th, for approval before it is sent in to, I guess it's the Treasury that has that and is holding that. So we expect the final guidance, we hope, by the end of August. And that is that particular update, unless you have questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the presenter?
I have a question, I'm sorry. So Chair
Yes,
Smith,
so go ahead, Commissioner.
you brought up a really good point, like what the other counties are doing, and other than what we're reading in the newspaper, we're not getting that information. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to have our District 8 meeting, of which we were going to talk about that as 3 commissions. It looks like there's some scheduling problems. But maybe we need to just get more, I don't know how we get that information about what our other local jurisdictions are
Well,
doing.
I do
with
have a
their
list of what
account.
Washington County's doing if you're interested.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll have Emily forward that to all the commissioners. I'm not sure if Multnomah County has their list done yet, but maybe they do. Maybe they do. I just got an email over the weekend. It just came in over the weekend on that, and I will forward that to you and the other commissioners as well.
okay, that's great, thank you.
And we do have our buckets that are,
What?
I'm sorry, we have our buckets that are defined. And I think from what I've seen from Washington and Multnomah County, that they have defined like very similar to what we have, but I'm not aware of them actually sending any money out at this point.
Okay.
Okay, great. So still staying on the ARPA topic, there is a request by staff to actually start spending some of the ARPA dollars. There was a memo in your packet with what that request is. Nancy, could you please give an update?
Yes, so there are 2 areas that we have that we run out of dollars for because CARES runs out on the 30th of June. So these 2 areas that we are presenting is very solid. We don't think there's going to be any changes around these areas in the guidance. One of them is looking at a $3 million total for public health, behavioral health, and the EOC. We're asking for $1.5 million of that from the first installment and $1.5 million from when we get the second installment for a $3 million total. That is going to go to keep the EOC running, making sure that the vaccinations are running, which is the reason for the ARPA dollars in itself. So that is a very, very safe, and we have to continue those efforts. So that's what we're asking there. And then for the BRCs as well, their dollars runs out also on June 30th, so we're hoping to extend their contracts. And we're requesting $150,000 total, and that would be divided among the 6 BRCs that we have running. Sarah Ekman and her staff have been working with them closely to see how much money they think they'll need to run through September. So that would be to run those entities through September. They are still, the numbers are showing that they're still giving our communities a very valued service. So those are the 2 things we're hoping to get approval for to start spending on July 1st.
Okay, I have some questions on this.
Okay?
On the $150,000 BRC money, That is an allocation, I understand what that's for a year, or however they want to use it,
For 3 months.
for 3 months.
Yes, ma'am.
Are they going to come back and want more, or is that it for them?
So that's a really good question, and we have been discussing that, and it's like, how do we start winding down the BRCs? And it's quite possible that the end of September we will no longer have the BRCs after September 30th.
And that's my issue with a lot of this. We need to be able to have a date certain when the money ends and it does not keep coming in. On the $3 million, you're asking for approval for an allocation of $1.5 million this year and $1.5 million on next year's money, correct?
Yes, on the second installment.
And what happens when that money is ended?
Hopefully, the need for that money hopefully will end.
So the need goes away. So our wonderful employees who have been working on this project will be doing what?
So we have, some of the staff that we have that we support with the dollars are actually temporary staff, so they will no longer be employed. And some of the staff are actually being supported through public health, and they would go back to doing their normal public health jobs.
And
after
our
this is done.
temporary staff, it was made clear to them that this was a temporary positions available with certain dollars only,
Absolutely.
and the dollars will be ending.
Absolutely.
And there is no intent from our agencies to try to back through other sources to keep
No,
these.
it was
people
made very
on,
clear
because that
that-
would increase our FTE, and as our budget said, we are not doing that.
Right. And yes, when they're hired, they know that they were hired for COVID, and that when, and the other thing for these dollars, so let's say we only spend 2 million, because we don't need 3,
Right.
because things wind down, that $1 million goes back into the pot for other projects.
Okay, thank you very much, Nancy. Any other questions for Nancy on this particular topic?
So do we need a motion?
Yes, please.
So I move to approve the 2 disbursements.
Okay, the disbursements are the $3 million for the next 2 years and the $150,000 for the 6 BRCs until September 30, 2021. Just a point of clarification on the motion. Any other discussion? Hearing none. Shannon, would you please call the poll?
Commissioner Scholl,
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader, Commissioner Fisher,
Aye.
Commissioner Savas,
Aye.
Chair Smith.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much,
you.
Nancy.
Great, thank you. Next, Commissioners, the Budget Committee. You have vacancies on the Budget Committee, and staff would like to know if, as in the past, 2 commissioners would like to interview candidates for those openings.
I believe so. I would like to do that.
Yep.
Paul? Paul and Tootie?
Paul and Tootie, great.
And who are the vacancies?
Elizabeth, can you answer that for me, please? Who are the vacancies on the Budget Committee? I think Jan Lee is one. Is it one or just one? Just Jan Lee's seat.
There's 5. Yeah, just find out and let us know offline.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next, your business meeting agenda for this Thursday, June 24th. It is a morning business meeting, 10 a.m. You have 5 public hearings. One is second reading of county parks fine and code changes. Next is approval of a bid exemption and authorization to use a procurement method for Oak Lodge and Gladstone community projects. Next is for a solid waste management fee adjustment. Next is for Water Environment Services supplemental budget. Next, North Clackamas Parks and Recreation District supplemental budget. And you have a 6-page consent agenda with likely more from today. That is your agenda. If you have any questions, please let me know, and staff will answer them prior to Thursday.
Thank you.
Next, Commissioner Savas wanted to discuss what's the county's plans for our wildfire season preparation. We have staff here prepared to answer those for you. Paul, Commissioner, but if you'd like to tee it off, please.
Great. Well, thank you, Gary. Yeah, I know that staff's been working hard on a number of things. I know also probably the fire districts and all the emergency responders have probably been working on after action, and so forth. And I think we're getting, unfortunately, an earlier start with the wildfire season, taking in mind the Warm Springs fire. But we had here prior to the Warm Springs fire, had heard this, so I was just suggesting that we, number one, knowing that staff's going to come back with the after action, that there's opportunity. But I thought about what can we do to ensure or convey that we are working with all the emergency responders and getting a report basically from them perhaps. I thought, well, we could do some messaging. We could perhaps convene some of the fire district fire chiefs and just have a discussion with them. Could be a Zoom kind of a meeting. But something, number one, to convey confidence that we're doing something. Number two is to see what kind of recommendations or concerns citizens have to maybe address some of the needs they think are maybe unmet or suggestions. You know, we had discussions about that within our listening sessions. We've heard from our community leaders group. It's a hot topic. Well, no pun intended. No pun intended. It's a hot topic, and I think people are really nervous. We have a lot of landscape out there. There's a lot of risk. We were fortunate not to have any deaths in the wildfires last round, and we want to, you know, keep that record going. But there again, loss of property is a big deal. So that's why I brought it here today, thinking what can we do to step it up a notch or two and convey to the public that we're on this.
May our staff give you a quick update? We have Daniel Nibauer, Interim Disaster Management Director, Nancy Bush, County Operations Officer, who was the Disaster Management Director, so they both can give you an update on where we're at. Please go ahead.
I'll let you start.
All right, Chair Smith, Commissioners, Administrator Smith, thank you. Just to give you an update, as Commissioner Savas mentioned, you know, we are seeing low rainfall and hot temperatures. The Warm Springs S503 fire, the Nybor fire that fortunately was very short-lived, was out there. We're taking a lot of additional steps to prepare for the wildfire season and coordinating with agencies, special districts, community-based organizations for develop plans for notifications, evacuation sites, sheltering, counter response, and community resource centers. So I'm going to go over just kind of a broad swath, and please ask questions on specific items, kind of where we're at. Started really a lot of the planning with PGE and conducting the public safety power shutoffs to prevent wildfire, and we're continue to work with them on multiple different areas, working with them on the zones they plan for the public safety power shutoffs, working on the notifications that will go out for those and getting templates, an agreement with them and knowing what the timelines hopefully can be to get those alerts out if power is going to go off. And then the developing of community resource centers where the community can go to get different resources, charge things, water, electricity, information. And we'll be planning working on a tabletop in July. It's just a short one, just kind of what the process of those alerts are going to be and what they're going to look like. How is the process of getting that out to make sure we can get those out as smooth as possible. Also met with the Red Cross to talk about their process for opening shelters and when we do have to do that, how are the steps to go through, talking with them about the different locations they have agreements with and the different locations that we have agreements with, either through existing agreements or we've tried to tie that a little bit in with our vaccination planning. And as we do a pod for vaccines, also ask them if they would be open to be a shelter, and some of those locations have opted in. So we're working on auditing through those. Also looking at previous shelters that we used last year to make sure that they are engaged and talking with them about the different support that they can get either through the Red Cross or through us and see what's going on through that. As a quick part of that, the smoke and to a degree cooling shelter question, Brenda mentioned some of those. We have a typical monthly meeting with the city emergency managers, and so we're going to be addressing the topic with them, particularly given the upcoming weekend, and see what they have planned and do our best to coordinate through social services on what that is. And so that's for both this weekend and for longer term on how we are coordinating with those. Let's see. A little more internally, we've got several different coordination efforts going on. In disaster management, we're talking a lot about alerts and how we're going to get alerts out and improve on what we did last year in terms of the content of the message and how we're coordinating that. And I'll be meeting with Nancy and Gary to talk about kind of how we want to do our internal staff and how we want to be able to activate even earlier for when we've got a public safety power shutoff they're aware of, or when we know that we've got fire weather, and how to have county staff kind of ready and already on call, if you will, to respond a little faster on that. Met with the sheriff's office to talk about how we can be coordinated on the EOC activation, and particularly the initial public alerts messaging going out, and how we're going to get that coordinating, and working with also other social services and all of H3S and DTD on getting some of those initial planning efforts too, and what we can learn from last year on that. Let me see. I've read here. And then on the information side, continuing to put out the information we have put out on defensible space, evacuations, go bags, also helping to get that centralized in one location on the county page so people can easier find that information, as well as if we do have something where they can go for information, and if they've been affected by last year, kind of a one-stop shop for all of that. That's easier organized. And making sure that the wildfire map is ready to go and getting some lessons learned out of that in terms of marking timestamps, so people can look up an address and be very clear as to what level that they are currently in. That's a quick swath. I don't want to take up too much of the time of your meeting today, but those are some of the efforts we have going on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so just to follow up, one thing that and you touched on part of that when you talked about the alerts. And that is that the common denominator between the ice storm and the firestorm that we had, and also even COVID to some degree, has been communication. Common denominator. And, ideally, people can go on the web if they got power, if they have web access, if the cell phones still work, and all those things. But we had significant, not our responsibility per se, but we've had, those systems go down. And so I think people are stranded, not having a communication link, not knowing what to do, not knowing where to go. I mean, they may, unless a deputy knocks on their door and says, you need to leave now, right? They don't know what's around the corner. So that's part of the conversation I want to have with what are we doing? And I don't know if that's part of the after-action summary that we've learned. I didn't know if a fire station or some local facility or Grange, whatever it may be, can be some kind of an information hub, let's just say, so that if people don't have communication, they can drive to something nearby and find out what's going on, what they need to do. Because that's a common denominator, and with urban or rural, those systems broke down. So I don't know what we can do to strengthen that and say, here's a list, alternative A, B, C, give people choices to know that if you don't have cell or you don't have this, that there's something there. Your TV's not going to work if you don't have power. So all these things we rely on, those systems went down.
Yeah, we're definitely working on getting people in through public alerts. There's multiple different things they can sign up with for public alerts, phone, landline, email. Those do require power. It's something that we're looking for with community resource centers through PGE, as well as having an information there on what's going on for that. And we're working also with the Sheriff's Office on an app that helps notify and kind of keep track of addresses that they've checked for individuals, and do that so that we can do that as well and have it integrated so we know where areas are that need to be checked on or not, and we can focus our efforts that way too.
Yeah. Do you know off the top of your head is there like a AM or FM radio channel that people can tune into that can use a battery operated and they can actually get emergency information?
I don't know the specific channel. I know that we do work with the radio stations to get messages out, but I don't know.
Those are the kinds of things that just giving people a backup that they can find something.
Mm-hmm.
I think that one of the lessons learned too is, because everything, it's like nothing seems to be local anymore, right? I mean, TV is not local, or radio in particular, a lot of times aren't local, but it's training people to get back to that local station, and picking up, and then having the stations work with us to get the information out. So that is definitely a lesson learned, and I think it's almost like going back to that old, it's like you need to listen to a local radio station to see what you need to do. I also think that there's a component of education. It's like if you see smoke, don't wait for me to call you to leave your home. Mm-hmm. So there's some of that, that personal responsibility. It's like if you're really feeling like you're in danger, then get out. And don't wait for the sheriff's office to come, and don't wait for us to knock on your door. And if you get out and you didn't need to get out, at least you were safe, right? So I think there's a couple of components there that we really need to, it's almost like retraining some of our population, especially on the local radio stations. It's amazing how many people don't listen to local radio anymore.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And that brought up another thing I was thinking about is that transportation. So you don't want people to leave, evacuate, and head down right into a firestorm, right? Into danger. You want them to take the right path. We don't know what that's going to be. So I don't, again, communication would help with that. I even thought about reader boards, if there were some kind of reader board to say, road closed or something like that, so that people know that they're not going to put themselves in peril.
And we did use reader boards this past year
Okay,
as well.
okay, great.
And yeah, I know that, we have Captain O'Neill here with us too, that we've been working with very closely too, to try to make sure some of those things are done. And the roads department has also helped with those things as well.
Several complaints about the congestion, traffic, and it took hours to get from
Yeah.
whether it was
Unfortunately,
Malala or Estacada or Beaver Creek, even to the main highways in the urban area.
unfortunately, this county has a lot of one-way in and one-way out. And all of you who live rurally know that. And that's very unfortunate.
Thank you.
It's going to be that way for quite some
Yeah.
time. I was one of those people stuck in traffic.
Yes.
Also, Daniel, have you reached out to the state forestry offices in Estacada and Malala? They're our main firefighting apparatuses, and then there's the federal office in Sandy, the federal forestry office.
Yeah, at the Fire Defense Board meetings, they are always there, and so this is definitely a topic from the fire defense boards and the preparation that's going on there. So we've been active in discussions with them at those meetings.
Great, great. It sounds like you've covered all the bases. As far as emergency preparedness, this is an issue that I've talked about since I was sworn in, the program that I want to put together. And again, we will be reviewing that and coordinating with our many volunteers who want to be part of this. And they were part of this during the fires, and they were part of it during the ice storm, not as much, but so we just really need, I think, to have a codified plan. It sounds like it's good, it's going to be there. Soon we will tee up a policy session on the after-action report on fire seasons. I've got that on the schedule. I'll be meeting with Gary on that. We need to look at that, and this board needs to study that, so we're not always piecemealing stuff together. I think that's very important. Commissioner Fisher?
Yeah, Chair Smith, you actually just half answered one of my questions about the board getting educated so I appreciate that we're going to have an after-action. I would really like more information or just a guide on where to get it. I can do the study, but I would like to have it specific to our area regarding wildfire prevention and what kind of policies we need to be promoting through our advocacy. Because it's almost like, I don't know about everybody else, but it's like, okay, I've got all my filters, I've got my fans, we're ready. Because it's almost like there's an expectation that, yes, we're going to have smoke, we're going to have wildfires. But I would really like to know, what do we need to do to prevent the wildfires, and what specifically can we do to promote those policies? I know we don't have control over a lot of things. It's federal government, but we just need more information. And then another thing that's been on my mind a lot, and it's probably on my mind because I have a cousin that's down in Marin County who relies on her power to use her devices to keep her breathing. And they have the rolling power, they stop the power because of the
rolling
wildfires.
blackouts.
A lot, and she's had to transfer all of her energy to solar because she just couldn't live with these outages in California. But now, I was just at the Aging Services Disability Advisory Council yesterday. We got briefed on how we're going to be having those power shutoffs here, especially we did that up on the mountain. That's probably saved us a lot during that last wildfire season. But how do we systematically plan for those individuals that are there that absolutely have to have power? And I think we need to be strategic with how we do that, and who are those people? How do we make sure that they plan, they get a generator, they do, it's almost like we have to organize the entire county down to the local level, maybe activate our CPOs or other real localized areas, that people that know people that are in those high-risk areas, and we need to be planful and thoughtful about how we
Well, that was part of
facilitate
part of the vision that I had, the CPOs and the folks out there, and they're all on board. our mayors are on board with this too. The county needs to take the leadership and I think be very proactive in this. And, with all the issues we've had to deal with, this project is not as far as long as I had hoped it would be. But any information or ideas commissioners can add to this would certainly be helpful. I did a series of PSA videos with Maria Pope of PGE on how to pack a go bag, for instance, and those haven't come out yet, and on preparedness just in general, wildfire preparedness, and those are going to be released. And maybe if there's something else that the folks think needs to be done, any commissioner can stand in front of the camera and say something if they want. Commissioner Scholl, did you have your hand up?
I took it down. My comment was going to be on the importance of the CPOs and how we react to fires, in particular in the alert process, getting information out to their communities, and in coordination actions, particularly traffic control and go-to shelters. I remember last year, the information coming out of the after-action reports was the CPOs needed to be more organized, more coordinated, and hopefully they've been working on it. Is that correct?
I don't know exactly with the CPOs what they've been working on. I know we've met with them and discussed
Okay.
with them.
Yeah.
We need to reach out to them, I think.
Yeah, we do have issues with volunteers in terms of using them last minute, and we generally encourage volunteers to get affiliated with another organization, something like the Red Cross, where they
Well,
can.
we had that discussion, and the Red Cross will go out and train our volunteers. And I would
Yes.
like to see a more organized effort,
Yeah.
at a certain time and schedule, and those interested, and try to reach out to the groups who were so active in the wildfires last year.
Yeah, and that is an effort, Commissioner, the Chair, that we have been doing for several years. And there has been little interest over the years. We're hoping that now, it's like we have not seen a year like we've seen. I've been here 13 years.
Well, there's
Actually,
nothing
I've
like
been
a
in
good-
this career
yeah,
a long
There's nothing
time.
like a good disaster to get people motivated.
Yeah, and I think we need to, use that and strike while the iron is hot, because those are efforts that we've had been going on for years, and there's not been interest.
And maybe us commissioners too can reach out to
Yeah.
where we live, in the areas where we live and beyond.
Absolutely.
And motivate the folks to do it. People need to buy water and batteries and food and just have it stored.
Mm-hmm.
And these disasters, I really believe, caught a lot of us being quite complacent about our needs. And so we can no longer be complacent on that, I don't believe. Any other questions for the presenters? Gary?
All right, thank you, Nancy and Daniel. Next, Forest Supervisor Recruitment Letter. Chair Smith, I'll tee it up if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
This is a request, or actually, the U.S. Forest Service is about to hire a new forest supervisor for the Mount Hood National Forest, and they are the Forest Service is inviting input from local jurisdictions to share what we would like to see in the next forest supervisor. So staff has drafted a potential letter that the board could send if you agree, and that draft was in your packet. So seeking your approval to either send this letter, to edit this letter, or not send a letter. But if you'd like to give input, this is a great opportunity to do so.
Well, they have invited our comment, and what I like specifically about this letter, paragraph 2, the supervisor must possess strong communication and collaboration skills. They almost need to be a marketer in a way, be a strategic thinker, because there's so many different groups and entities to work with, and bringing together diverse interests and stakeholders to discuss challenging issues and cross property boundaries. That's just essential. We also listen our strategic priorities that guide the county's work. And commissioners, would you like to add anything else? Commissioner Schrader, you're in the queue.
In terms of staff, like who is working directly with the Forest Service? We used to have folks who would contact them regularly. Are we still doing that?
Martha, I don't think they can hear. Can you ask that again? Thank
Yes,
you.
I'm sorry, I guess my
Okay.
Was on mute. Used to being on mute, I guess, too much. So Gary, who do we have on staff who is like the folks that directly work with the Forest Service?
Most directly, our Business and Community Services Department, our forest team. Tom Riggs is the manager of County Parks and Forests, so he and his staff are most directly engaged. But so is many other departments, disaster management, public and government affairs, they all have a connection. But Business and Community Services is our main staff liaison.
And Tom is our forester?
No, he's our Parks and Forest Manager.
Parks and
Okay.
Forest Manager.
All right.
Andrew Dobemeyer is our
All
county
right.
forester.
Our forester.
Got it.
I would like to see all commissioners' names on this letter. If the commissioners want to sign it, you don't have to. I assume so.
I move that we support the letter for the forest supervisor recruitment.
Seconded.
So Commissioner Fisher has moved support of this letter. Commissioner Scholl has seconded the motion. Any further comments? Just to say, reiterate all commissioners' signatures on this letter. Seeing no other comments, Shannon, could you please call the poll?
Commissioner Schrader,
Aye.
Commissioner Scholl,
Aye.
Commissioner Fisher,
Aye.
Commissioner Savas,
Aye.
Chair Smith.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much for bringing that forward.
Thank you, commissioners. The last item is Commissioner Communications, but if we may hold that, please, to go over the consent agenda. And we have a long one again today. I do request that all of these items go on this Thursday's business meeting because these are all timely to finish before the end of the fiscal year, and this Thursday is your last meeting, business meeting before the fiscal year. So that's my request to start. But with that, we'll go. Those in the room, and you're practically all here, so we'll start with the Sheriff's Office. And I'll announce it and then ask staff to just give a quick update to add to what I read. It looks like Nancy and maybe Captain O'Neill will present. So I'll start. First, approval to purchase 5 vehicles from Withnell Motor Corporation, doing business as Withnell Dodge, for use by the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office. Cost per vehicle is $34,448.91 for a total not to exceed $172,244.55. This is funded through general funds. It is budgeted in the Sheriff's Office budget. So just any quick addition you'd like to make to that, please.
No, sir, I think you covered it.
Okay.
What type of vehicles are these? Are they Dodge Chargers?
They are Dodge Durangos, and if there are specific questions, our fleet manager unfortunately couldn't be here today with us, but he is online, prepared to speak if you'd like to bring him in.
Durango's a SUV type
It
thing?
is, yes.
Commissioner Scholl?
These are the Durango Interceptor model, or are these the SUVs for like out in the forest, for the forest patrol?
That is a very good question, Commissioner, and Shannon, I would request that you check for Mike Palmer online, and he'll be able to give you that detail.
Well, and while we're bringing up Mike Palmer, Commissioner Savas is in the queue.
Yeah, my question would be just, what's it going to cost to outfit these on top of the purchase price per vehicle?
Fair question, and Mike can address that for you, sir.
Mr. Palmer is now connected online.
Go ahead, Mr. Palmer.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. I did not hear Commissioner Savas's question, but in reference
Well,
to Commissioner
there's 2
Scholl,
questions. What kind of vehicles are you purchasing, and how much will it cost to outfit in addition to the sales price?
yeah, the Dodge Durango is a pursuit-rated vehicle.
Just a minute, Mr. Palmer. Could you turn up the volume? I'm having difficulty hearing, so I assume others are too. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
It's a little better.
Little better.
But not much.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, the Dodge Durangos are a pursuit-rated vehicle, but they can go off-roads and they can perform functions up in the mountain and areas offside just the asphalt road itself. So it's a very versatile vehicle. The cost of outfitting those, including light bars, sirens, radios, cameras, is approximately $30,000.
Okay. Any other questions? That'll come up on the consent agenda?
Yes, thank you. Number 2, approval to purchase body cameras from Axon Enterprise for use by the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office. The cost is $1,588,994.50, which is funded through the Enhanced Law Enforcement District funds. This has also been budgeted.
Thank you. The Sheriff's Office is requesting to enter into a contract with Axon Corporation. They're the leader in the field of body-worn cameras. This contract is for a 5-year period. That $1.58 million that Administrator Schmidt mentioned is for that entire 5-year award period. The initial year is about $450,000, and then at $220,000 approximately for subsequent years. That is for licensing, use of software, and access to online cloud storage. We will receive 100 body cameras, all associated accessories, software, and services. Once during that 5-year period, there will also be a replacement of all hardware. One correction, and I apologize if this wasn't appropriately noted in the staff report, the cost will be shared between the Enhanced Law Enforcement District, the levy, and the general fund will pay a portion.
Because we had an allocation in our general fund, Gary,
Yes,
but not for this amount.
right.
There was a portion that Administrator Schmidt approved for the upcoming fiscal year, so it's already embedded in the budget. We will not be asking for additional dollars. And I believe that is all regarding this particular item. If there are questions, I'd be happy to entertain them.
Do we currently have body cams for our deputies?
We do not, Chair. This will be beginning the program, and we are engaging in the contract process early on so that as soon after July 1, we can make those purchases and begin our program.
I think it's great. I think it's a badly needed resource for our Sheriff's Department. I'm not sure who is up next. Commissioner Scholl?
Yes, will this Axon system give the dispatch center real-time communication via the body cam to any sheriff anywhere in the county?
That is a very good question. I would need to contact the vendor, and I'd be happy to get back to you with that answer.
Yeah, that's important. I would like to know that because that's very important, especially if a deputy has a problem to his own safety
Absolutely.
in a remote part of the county.
I will get you that response ahead of your Thursday
Okay,
meeting.
thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner Scholl? Commissioner Fisher?
Yeah, I'm interested in the ongoing commitment to the storage. Could you give some information about?
The iCloud storage?
Yeah, like how, I mean, just the sustaining of all of that footage. It just seems like it would, because you have so much. It's just mind-boggling to me. I don't know how that works.
Right, and there would be a period of time in which, and of course that would be through developing policies, procedures, protocols, which is all underway within our office. There'd be a period of time at which we would purge data, but that is why we're using the cloud-based option, because it offers for unlimited storage, so that we can have access to that information.
Okay, so that is an option. There's unlimited space somewhere in storage
Yes,
for
in the vast
video
cloud.
footage. Okay, I didn't realize it was unlimited, so is that costly to maintain?
It's embedded in the price of that $1.5 million, so it's a portion of the ongoing $220,000 that we'll pay years 2 through 5.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or questions for the presenters? Hearing none, Gary?
Okay, number 3, approval to apply for a grant from the United States Department of Justice, Office of Community Policing, Development Crisis Intervention Teams. The award value, maximum award value is $250,000 through the United States Department of Justice. No county general funds are involved. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, and might I ask that you read the next item as well, because they are very, very similar, and I will address them at once.
Yes, number 4, approval to apply for a grant funding through the United States Department of Justice, Connect and Protect Law Enforcement and Behavioral Health Response Grant. Maximum award value of $250,000. With a match of estimates, the matching funds for year 1 will be $20,000, for year 2, $45,000, year 3, $90,000. This funding will come from the Enhanced Law Enforcement District levy funds, and I assume general funds. Please confirm, and we'll share in meeting the matching obligation.
Thank you, Administrator Schmidt. The Sheriff's Office is applying for 2 separate grant awards through the U.S. Department of Justice. The intent is to add mental health professionals to our behavioral health unit who will correspond with law enforcement on calls where someone is in a mental health crisis. We are looking at 2 solicitations because they're quite competitive, as you can imagine. So we're hoping to receive both But and we will modify our program in the event that we do or don't. One thing that I would like to point out, though, we are aware that grants are not sustainable funding measures, so we will actively work on a plan and a methodology to keep this program on board without coming back to you to ask for additional funds. We'll do that during the award period. The first grant is called the U.S. Department of Justice Connect and Protect Law Enforcement and Behavioral Health Response Grant. We are seeking permission to apply for an award in the amount of $550,000, the estimated match of which is $155,000. We will not be requesting additional general fund support in order to meet the match. We intend to meet our match obligation through existing staff costs. If awarded, this grant lasts for a 3-year period of time. The second grant, also through the U.S. Department of Justice, is the Community Policing Development Intervention Teams Grant. We are seeking permission today to apply for a grant award in the amount of $250,000. Since we submitted the paperwork, we have discovered there actually is no match requirement for this grant. If awarded, this grant will last for a 24-month or 2-year period of time.
Commissioner Schrader.
Yeah, are there any other jurisdictions that have this kind of a program available? Because I think this is great community policing.
Right, so to my knowledge, Commissioner Schrader, the most local program it does is Washington County.
Okay.
And we've been in contact with them to inquire about their program. We've also discussed this approach with H3S, so they're aware and have encouraged us to pursue these grant options.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Fisher.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Smith. So this is great. I really support this. We don't ever hear, or we do sometimes hear of the successes of the behavioral health unit, but not enough. They do really, really good work, and expanding it is important.
Thank you.
I'm also aware of efforts through like 988, which will run through sort of our 911 and look at different responses for people in behavioral health crisis. And as we're evolving and moving out and expanding this system, which will happen within the next 3 years, are you putting in within your plan a way to coordinate that systems development? Because my thought is that there will be a response that will be outside of law enforcement. Our goal is to not have law enforcement responding where law enforcement doesn't need to respond. Right now, law enforcement is responding to everything. But how does that fit in with your planning for this grant and moving forward?
That's a very good question, and all options are currently on the table. The development of the program, is really adding to it, is in its infancy. We've really just been able to meet basic needs and response at this point in time, but that is definitely something that we'll consider going forward.
Okay, so there isn't a plan as far as applying for the grant of responding to that?
To that specific question?
Yeah, about how the system is evolving, because it really is moving very quickly.
I have made a note of your question, Commissioner Fisher, and if there is an opportunity to address that within the grant application itself, we can make mention that we're looking at that as well as all other options for how to enhance and provide services through the program in the county itself.
That would be great. The number one thing that I've heard through this social justice sort of awakening is that law enforcement shouldn't be working where law enforcement doesn't want to work, in being social workers and those types of jobs. And the more we can do to develop a continuum of response that's appropriate is going to go a long way in supporting law enforcement and people in crisis in our community.
Thank you for
your
that.
feedback.
Any other comments on items 3 and 4 on the list? Seeing none, Gary?
All right, number 5, request to enter into an annual operating and financial plan with the U.S. Forest Service for cooperative law enforcement services in the Mount Hood National Forest. The cost is $71,467.66, but it is funded through the U.S. Forest Service. No county general fund involved. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good morning, I'm Brad O'Neill, Patrol Captain for the Sheriff's Office. I'm here to request approval for 2 different contracts through the U.S. Forest Service. First one is for this current calendar year. It provides patrol services, enhanced patrol services in the Zigzag Ranger Station District, as well as the Clackamas River Ranger District. We've had this contract for the last since 2013 for the last several years. and this goes to help fund one full-time deputy that works in those areas. The second one is an extra $10,000 that the U.S. Forest Service would like to provide us for those same patrol services.
So we have items 5 and 6. Commissioners, any comments on those two items? Seeing none.
Okay, great. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Next, Finance Department. Number 1, approval of a lease amendment for the Butler Building and adjacent parking with the Glenn Kent Butler Revocable Living Trust, Glenn K. Butler Living Trust. Monthly rent is $4,094.25, plus 13 monthly parking spaces at $1,625 a space for a total monthly cost of $5,719.25. Total contract value is $68,631. Funding is through the County General Fund for the District Attorney Criminal for Building lease. A lot of detail here. All right, Jeff, can you fill us in, please?
Good morning, Chair Smith, Commissioners, Administrator Smith. Yeah, this is a one-year lease right now to go ahead and just continue into the building. It's right across 8th Street. We've been there since 1984. It's a long-term lease, but for the DA to go ahead and kind of get their arms around staffing, courthouse, all those issues. Just wanted a one-year lease, just 1 year extension.
Any comments for the presenter? Seeing none, next.
All right, number 2, approval of an extension of a lease for the Willamette Building with the Willamette Building Partnership. Monthly rent is $7,363.96 for a total annual rent of $88,367.52. Discounted 5% annual rent payment of $83,949.15. Total maximum contract value of $273,134.88. This is funded through the Health, Housing, Human Services, Children, Family, and Community Connections Division Operation Funds, supplemented by federal and state grants, and allocated by labor hours logged into each program. There are no county general funds involved. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yes, this is a 3-year lease amendment, so just continue on in the same building right down at the Transit Center in downtown Oregon City with Children, Family, and Community Connections. And I've been working with Rod Cook and his staff to go ahead and possibly may occupy part of the spaces, but it's the same building. So it's just a 3-year extension.
Pardon me?
Just a 3-year extension.
Commissioner Fisher.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm just wondering, we are in a moment of a lot of change and how workforce is, some jobs can be done virtually, maybe done better virtually. We're in this transition of how we're using space. Is there any possibility that space either here or across the way would be freed up or within our other existing buildings to alleviate the need for entering into another 3-year lease?
And Rod, feel free to come forward if you wish. My understanding is that this division has asked to remain there because many of their clients they serve, that's along a bus line in downtown Oregon City, and it's more convenient for our customers whom we serve to be located there. But please correct me or state others.
Yes, that is correct. This is a building that services mostly direct one-on-one services, so the hybrid model won't work as well with this particular service. So they will be needing space. And it also has the lab, the employment lab, where we invite people in to learn how to do their resumes and apply for jobs and those type of things.
Commissioner Fisher, just to make sure you understand that all leases we're doing now, per county council direction, have a 90-day period that we can get out of a lease. So even this lease has, if we believe we're in excess for the amount of lease space, we can terminate the lease with 90 days for any reason.
Okay, I mean, I'm just wondering if we got to figure out how to get people up here with transportation if we're going to have a courthouse up here. This might be a good opportunity. I'm just concerned that our workforce will be changing. We're not going to need the office space that we currently have as much. I mean, there could be different models and we could potentially save money if the services were provided in spaces that we are already having or required to pay for.
We are definitely deep in those discussions.
Deep space study of the entire campus based on the remote work we just experienced. So yes, that's underway, but will not be done by June 30th for purposes of this lease.
Yeah. Would it be prudent to enter into a less of a lease time instead of 3 years?
Actually, we discussed that. We discussed a 1-year or 2-year, and county council just suggested that because you have the 90-day out, we can terminate for any reason in 90 days if we want to.
And when will the deep space, Gary, is that your Star Wars
Oh, it sounds
language?
like it. That's a Star Trek reference. We're doing a deep dive into space needs of the county. It's by this fall, so this year.
Okay, so then they could potentially coincide if it doesn't make fiscal, because it's a lot of money, $273,000. I mean, it may not seem like a lot, but if that money could be redirected to services to people and save the money, that would be something that we should probably prioritize.
Yeah, this is two of the, 2 weeks ago I came forward with 4 of them. So, I mean, there are a lot of them out there, and the 90-day out is in those leases also.
I think a 90-day escape clause is pretty good.
Yeah.
If something comes up, I don't see any new spaces really online until we do our courthouse. And I think we're preparing for that. Our teams are preparing to
Yes,
figure
yes.
out what to do.
So I recommend keeping the lease as is, and we can use the escape clause if the board decides to do that.
Thank you very much. Next.
All right, thank you, Jeff and Rod. Next, Rod, stay here. We'll go right into first Housing Authority of Clackamas County. So Commissioners, the first request is for a public hearing this Thursday, a resolution to adopt the Housing Authority of Clackamas County's budget for fiscal year 2021-2022, the period July 1, 2021 through June 30, 2022. The total budget request is $74,704,477. We are using the exact same number you approved for Health, Housing, Human Services in relation to the Supportive Housing Services program for Metro. It's 10 million approximately. We're using that exact same number from your budget, and we're putting that in the Housing Authority budget. So I hope that will identify any concerns the board had prior, but this really does have to occur before June 30th. So request to make a public hearing on your agenda this Thursday to discuss and hopefully approve the Housing Authority budget.
Any comments for Commissioners?
Question.
Oh, excuse me, Rod, you need to make a presentation.
No,
I talked ahead of you.
The administrator went over it really well, so that's it. We just wanted to note that it reduces that amount, the original amount that was concerned. It's been reduced to the 10 million, which is the placeholder amount that was also put in HVS. So we're all aligned now, and we've responded to your request on that.
Okay, thank you, Rod. Commissioner Fisher, do you have a question?
Yeah, I do. So on our review materials, it said public hearing, so there'll also be a public hearing on Thursday on this
Yes,
item?
yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I understood.
So this is not a consent request. This is a request for a public hearing on your agenda this Thursday.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no objections, Gary?
Great, thank you. Next, Health, Housing, Human Services. Number one, approval of an amendment to an intergovernmental subrecipient agreement with the City of Sandy, Sandy Senior and Community Center to provide social services for Clackamas County residents. This amount decreases the contract maximum by $23,278 for a revised agreement maximum of $181,124 with funding through the Older Americans Act and Ride Connection. Pass-through funds, no general funds involved. Go ahead, Rod.
Yes, this amendment decreases the contract amount by $23,278 to align with the current Oregon DHS, Department of Human Services, Community Services and Supports Unit allocation and rebalances projected meals served to be closer to the anticipated actuals. So this is basically just an adjustment based on usage. No general fund.
Any comments for the presenter on this? Seeing none, next.
Great. Number two, approval of an amendment to an agency subrecipient agreement with the Friends of Canby Adult Center to provide social services for Clackamas County residents. The amendment adds $19,565 with the maximum value of $247,991 with funding through the Older Americans Act, Ride Connection pass-through funds, and Low-Income Energy Assistance Program. No county general funds involved. Go ahead, Rod.
Yes, this is the same system, but this is Canby, and we're expecting about 700 additional meals needing to be served, so that's where you see the uptick and the increase in this amount. No general funds are involved in this one.
Any comments?
Yeah, what other kinds of social services are under that umbrella, Rod? So is this mostly food? But
Social services at the,
yeah,
at the units?
at these.
Well, basically, case coordination. I mean, if people were looking for housing, if they were looking for help with their Social Security, how to maneuver through that, all types of services you could think about in terms of what elderly may come across.
So we actually send staff there, or they get, or the actual centers get the dollars and provide their own staffing for those
Yeah, this is
programs?
outsourced to the local community, to the local senior centers.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, next.
All right, number 3, approval of an amendment to an intergovernmental subrecipient agreement with the City of Lake Oswego Adult Community Center to provide social services for Clackamas County residents. The amount adds $42,497 with a maximum value of $125,726 with funding through the Older Americans Act and Ride Connection pass-through funds. No county general fund involved. Go ahead, Rod.
Yes, this one too, we anticipate an increase in the Lake Oswego area. And so this additional $42,497 is to rebalance projected mills served to be closer to the anticipated amounts. And again, no general fund is involved in this.
Any questions for the presenter on this? Seeing none.
Number 4, approval to apply for a grant from Portland General Electric Drive Change Fund to purchase electric vehicles to provide services for seniors, persons with disabilities, and low-income households. The maximum agreement value is $425,000 with funding through Oregon Clean Fuels Program. No county general funds involved. Go ahead, Rod.
Funds here would be used to pay for 2 new electric transit vans for Transportation Reaching People program and for case managers. TRP provides rides to seniors and persons with disabilities countywide to medical appointments and other essential services. As the administrator mentioned, no general fund is involved in this.
Any comments on this item? Paul?
Just one, so Rod, are these like bigger than normal vans or passenger vans, or are these like more like bus vans?
I don't know. I can get that information for you. If it's like the other ones we have, they're kind of parked right out here. So they're about the middle-sized. It's like not as big as a van, not as big as a bus, but the next size up, like you see at an airport transit, about in that range.
This sounds a little, I mean, not questioning you at all, but it just sounds like $200,000 per is a little steep unless it's a bigger van. So I'm just kind of curious. I know electric vehicles are higher, but I just don't know what the market is on them.
Yeah, I could look into that and get you some more information on those vehicles. Because I know you're good with the mechanics, so I can get that information to you.
Yeah, it's a maximum too. It doesn't say,
Right.
so it might not be, it just gives us the authority to
Apply for.
apply for the grant. It doesn't say how much they are.
Gary, up next.
All right, number 5, approval of a subrecipient grant agreement with Juntos for youth marijuana and substance prevention services in rural Clackamas County. The amendment adds $60,000 with a maximum value of $240,000 and extends the end date to June 30, 2022. Funding is through marijuana tax revenue. No county general funds involved. Go ahead, Rod.
Yeah, the primary goals of these services are to increase awareness of the effects of marijuana and other drugs, to incorporate anti-marijuana campaigns, and provide case management for at-risk youth. And again, noting that this is in the rural part of Clackamas County. No general funds, but this is the marijuana funds that flow through the county. So to me, it's kind of like general fund, but through the marijuana funds.
Any comments on this item? Seeing none.
Number 6, approval of an amendment to an intergovernmental agreement with the state of Oregon acting by and through its Oregon Health Authority for the operation and financing of community mental health, addiction treatment, recovery, and prevention services and problem gambling programs. The amendment adds $14,000 with a maximum value of $8,746,212.18 with funding through the state of Oregon, Oregon Health Authority. No county general funds are involved. Go ahead, Rod.
Yes, these funds provided through the amendment will increase capacity of youth and families served by the Crisis and Acute Transition Services Program. And again, no general funds are involved in this program.
Any comments? Gary, can we go back to number 5 for youth marijuana and substance abuse? Is that marijuana funds?
Yes.
Yeah, so
And those are general funds.
it's housed in the general fund line, but it is not property taxes. It's taxes that people who purchase marijuana pay to the counties. So it's revenue from people who purchase marijuana. It's
Thank
not
you, Gary,
property
for the
taxes.
clarification on that. Up next.
All right, number 7, approval to apply to the 2021-2023 request for grant proposals with the State of Oregon Criminal Justice Commission for Special Court Grant Program Mental Health Court. The maximum agreement value is $254,768 with funding through the Oregon Criminal Justice Commission. No county general funds involved. Go ahead, Rod.
Yes, this is a renewal application to continue financial support of the existing county mental health treatment program and will help fund treatment, housing, and other supportive services. No general fund involved in this one.
Any comments from the presenter? Seeing none, next.
Number 8, approval to apply to the 2021-2023 request for grant proposals with State of Oregon Criminal Justice Commission for Specialty Court Grant Program, Adult Drug Court. The maximum agreement value is $242,484 with funding through the Oregon Criminal Justice Commission. No county general funds involved. Go ahead, Rod.
Yes, similar to the other, Health Centers has been a recipient of this funding for multiple cycles. This is a renewal application, and funds will be utilized to support the existing adult drug court program and will help fund treatment, housing, and other support services. No general fund.
Any comments on this item? Seeing none?
Number 9, approval to apply to the 2021-2023 request for grant proposals with the State of Oregon Criminal Justice Commission for Specialty Court Grant Program, DUII Court. The maximum value agreement is yet to be determined by the state. Funding is through the Oregon Criminal Justice Commission. No county general funds involved. Go ahead, Rod.
And this is the same as previous, where the health centers will to include the DUI treatment court program and will help fund treatment, housing, and other supportive services to participants. No general fund. And the state has not given us a cap on the amount we can apply for yet, so that's why you don't see a number there.
Okay. Any comments on this item? Seeing none?
Number 10, approval of an intergovernmental agreement with the State of Oregon acting by and through the State Department of Human Services for the Job Opportunity and Basic Skills, or JOBS, program. The maximum agreement value is $1,150,550.75 with funding through the State of Oregon Department of Human Services. No county general funds are involved. Go ahead, Rod.
Yes, and this is the Job Opportunity and Basic Skills Program provides clients with employment and wraparound services. Oregon DHS, or Department of Human Services, referred clientele are provided with an employment and plan development, job preparation and placement, transition, and self-sufficiency services. And this is for a 2-year period. No general fund is involved in this.
Any comments? Seeing none. Gary?
Great, thank you, Rod. Next, disaster management. Daniel, come on down. Number 1, approval of a contract with DePaul Industries doing business as DPI Staffing to provide on-call temporary traffic control for COVID-19 vaccination sites. Funding is through the CARES Act. No county general fund is involved. Do you have a dollar amount, Daniel?
$150,000.
Okay, great. Anything to add?
This just adds another contractor. We've had lots of clinics, and we want to maintain within our procurement rules, so we're adding another contractor to provide those services.
I see this is funding through CARES. Is that the end of our CARES funding, and we're switching to something else, yes or no?
We have other COVID grants, yes.
Okay, but not CARES.
It won't be, after the 30th, it won't be CARES.
Okay,
Correct.
thanks. Any other comments? Seeing none, next.
Number 2, approval of an intergovernmental agreement with the State of Oregon acting by and through its Department of Administrative Services for vaccine equity and incentives. Maximum cost is $2,238,888.68, sorry, through the State of Oregon. No county general funds are involved. Go ahead, Daniel.
This will provide funding. About half of it will go to CBOs for outreach and discussing vaccine hesitancy, about $150,000 for gift cards at clinics, and the remainder for staff time to plan that and work some of the public information and other planning for the clinics.
Daniel, is this the extra incentive money that the governor talked about a month ago?
It is, correct.
Yeah, thank you very much. Any other comments?
Just clarification, you meant
Go ahead.
CBOs, not CPOs, right?
Sorry, CBOs. Thank you.
What does that stand for?
Community-based organizations.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Daniel.
Okay.
Next.
Number 3, approval of an intergovernmental agreement with the State of Oregon acting by and through its Oregon Business Development Department and Clackamas County for receipt of personal protective equipment. There is no fiscal impact. No county general funds are involved. Go ahead, Daniel.
This documents some of the PPE that we received to hand out to businesses previously in the response. And so the state is coming back with agreements for that.
Great. How much was that again?
There was no cost to the
Oh, just
contract.
an agreement.
paid.
I'm sorry, I'm behind. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
All right. Number 4, approval of a fiscal year 18 State Homeland Security Program grant agreement extension between Clackamas County and the State of Oregon Regional Fuel Shortage Plan. The agreement will remain the same. There is no county general funds are involved. Daniel, go ahead.
This just extends the period of performance for the fuel management planning that we're doing so we can use up the last of those funds.
Okay. Any comments on this? Seeing none?
Great, thank you, Daniel. Finally, Tourism and Cultural Affairs. Samara, come on down. Approval of a contract to receive Regional Cooperative Tourism Program funds for fiscal year 2021 from Travel Portland. This is $169,511 revenue coming to us through Travel Portland's Regional Cooperative Tourism Program. There are no county general funds involved. Go ahead, Samara.
Thank you, Gary. The only thing that I would add is those funds are then directed to us to implement locally prioritized tourism tactics.
To prioritize what?
Locally prioritized tourism tactics. So we get to implement those as our tourism department sees fit.
We like money. Any other comments? Any other comments? Hearing none. Gary?
Okay, thank you, Samara. So again, with your permission, Chair and Commissioners, can we move all of these items to this Thursday's business meeting?
Yes.
Great, so you will now have a 10-page consent agenda item for this Thursday. I'll help Shannon read it. We can all read it if you want, but thank you for that. All right, finally, Commissioner Communications. That's the final item for today.
Okay, let's do Commissioner Communications. We have time. Commissioner Schrader, would you like to start?
Yeah, I just want to let folks know that Rod Cook and I had a great meeting with General Stencil from the Oregon National Guard yesterday. One of the things that we talked about is how we can contact, and I know that Commissioner Shull is involved with this because you're with another entity, Amen, I think?
American Military Encouragement Network
Yeah.
in Clackamas.
One of the things that we wanted to do with our Veterans Advisory Committee was to see if we could get them more directly involved in some of the organizations such as Amen more directly, and also to see if who are the contacts, you know, at Camp Withicum with their family programs. And when folks are deployed or brought back, what we can do. I mentioned they've been doing an incredible amount of work on the Oregon Military Museum. I thought a tour of the museum would be kind of a fun field trip for those folks to get them out and about. Rod and I suggested that we set up a time with the general and other staff, should he wish to take a look at our Veterans Village and the Clayton Moore Commons. It turns out that he has had a really pretty extensive working relationship with Northwest Housing Services, with Martha McClellan. So he has directly been involved with helping out as building capacity for housing in the county. So I think it'd be a really good piece. The other thing I didn't mention to him is, Madrone Park that we have, which is our climbing rock wall. We actually worked with the National Guard to help build that park. They actually helped us come out there to do things. And so there's some other opportunities with them, should we want to do some work with them under business and community development and helping to develop a park of some kind. Actually, I was kind of thinking of Will Hoyt Tootie, but we have to talk about that. We'll see what happens with that.
Sure.
So that was a really great conversation, and he also thinks that we should see if we can get somebody from ODVA on our VAC committee as well directly, who will come and just sit with us. And then also Kelly Fitzgerald, who's the head of the ODVA now, she comes to our veterans meetings oftentimes at the Association of Oregon Counties. So that was pretty cool. The other conversation I had was with Bridget Daisy, because Bridget has been a champion of this whole, it's actually kind of a national movement right now. And I think if you look at some of the information from NACO, there are national dollars coming in. One of the things they have found out during COVID is the lack of child care has been a significant issue for our business community, for their employees. I've just been thinking about it. I think it would be certainly under potentially grow a vibrant economy, because, part of making sure that employees get the childcare they need really helps build a business-friendly environment that will support the stability and growth of their businesses. I know my own daughter had childcare, and even though they were home during COVID, they brought their youngster to childcare because he would lose his spot. So evidently, it's a huge issue. So if it's all right with folks, I know that Commissioner Fisher is interested in this as well, to take a look at that, and maybe as we work with our superintendents, again, to see what that balance is between preschool, childcare, and after-school programs, because it really helps stabilize working parents so they can go to work and help businesses grow in the county. So that's kind of the nexus I'm making. So Gary, if I get in trouble in that, you just make sure you let me know, okay? if I'm going off the grid here a little bit, but, at least we can put it down for the future, if not, anything immediate. But I know Bridget is very interested in this, and I think that what I'm seeing nationally, the time seems to be ripe for us to actually take a closer look at this for our business community.
Yep, I agree.
So, okay, so that's
Okay.
it. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Schrader. Commissioner Scholl?
Yes. Good morning. We have a large problem in the county with people with mental health issues. Yesterday morning, I had a tour of the Clackamas County Mental Health Center. The center is a supportive place where people in crisis can talk to a counselor or peer support advocate for information, resources, treatment, and support. It's located right here on 82nd Avenue at 11211, 82nd Avenue, right across from Clackamas Town Center. The center is open from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Saturdays and Sundays. Individuals can make an appointment by calling, this is important, this number, 503-655-8585, or by visiting the center during business hours. I was very impressed with the Clackamas Mental Health Center, and Mary Rumbaugh and Dr. Jeffrey Anderson gave me a tour, which I very much appreciated. And I want to encourage people to get this word out, that you have a very, very good center right here in Clackamas County for anybody who might be feeling they need to see a counselor for support. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Scholl. Commissioner Fisher, you're up.
Thank you, Chair Smith. Couple things. Yesterday, the Aging Services Advisory Council met. It was a meeting outdoors under our pavilion. Where am I? I think it's that way. Is that right, Gary? Well, it's the Behavioral Health Pavilion. It was a wonderful space that for us to meet outdoors. I think we should encourage that space more often for gatherings and meetings. It's really, really nice, and it's just right there, really, really close. So that was good. A lot of the concerns from people are what we just talked about today with wildfires and energy shuts off, and how do we get ready for the next disaster, making sure people have the support they need. Lots of really good conversation from folks. Gally Murray came and gave a presentation which provided information that I didn't know. The largest in Clackamas County, the highest percentage of individuals committing suicide are males between the ages of 45 and I can't remember the top end of that number, I'm so sorry, but middle-aged white men, and talked about that is the area that she's really focusing on, is how do we do outreach. And the group was amazing, and the questions they asked, the conversations, and it really comes down to mental health first aid. Is if somebody's bleeding, we don't even hesitate to go over and say, oh my gosh, let me get you a bandage, let me do this, let me do that. But if somebody is showing signs of mental distress or depression, we don't automatically know what to do. So we are leaders in Clackamas County with mental health first aid, in how do you ask the question. So she gave a great presentation. I really encourage all of our commissioners to, it's called Get Trained. What's it, Gary, Get Trained to Help? I can't remember exactly the tagline, but I've been through some training. I think other commissioners have. I really want to enforce that for all of us. And there's just a lot of work to be done, but it was a really excellent meeting. I want to piggyback on some things that Commissioner Schrader said. We had a meeting with Bridget Daisy about the whole idea of childcare as infrastructure and what we're doing to supporting families as we recover out of this pandemic. And one of the just realities of what we're facing is Multnomah County is implementing preschool for all. Washington County is on a path to do that for preschool for all and childcare. Clackamas County is not on that path, but what will happen, the workforce is such an important part of childcare. We do not have the workforce, but the workforce will be going. Even our Clackamas County folks will be heading to Multnomah and Washington County because they will be able to, with their efforts, support the childcare and preschool infrastructure, of which we are not prepared or ready to do that. So it is an issue that's beyond the pandemic. It's beyond just helping, providing that continuum and helping children. It's could be a real crisis point for our families in Clackamas County. So it's worth further discussion about what should we do and what can the county lead with. Commissioner Schrader has had a lot of experience and knowledge about appreciative inquiry, which is just an idea of really engaging community on what this might look like. And we probably need more about that in the future to talk about that. And quite frankly, it's part of our growing a vibrant economy and part of our infrastructure. And it's a very important piece. So that was another thing I wanted to say. Also today, for the last, how long have I been a commissioner? Has it been 4, 5, 6? For as long as I've been a commissioner, it's been a while now, since 2017, I have had the honor and privilege of participating in our volunteer recognition luncheon for Health, Housing, Human Services, for our folks that drive seniors and people with disabilities, that help them with money management, that help them with benefits. We have so many volunteers in Clackamas County, and we do it at the Abernathy Center. The room would be packed with people, and the stories that I would hear from people about how they helped others was so inspiring. Well, today they are not having a luncheon. They are doing a drive-through event at 11:30 in 8 minutes in our parking lot. So I'm going to be doing a few little hand waves. I encourage my other commissioners, and I know we have other meetings today, but just to come and join me in thanking those volunteers, that would be wonderful. And then lastly, Juneteenth was our county recognized that on Thursday. I was pleased to participate in Oregon City's celebration. I grabbed the mayor's proclamation that they read, that they did for their Juneteenth celebration, and I went back and read what we did last year for our proclamation. We were a little bit ahead of the country on that, which was nice, but the events in Oregon City and Lake Oswego were the two that I were able to attend, and they were just absolutely inspiring and wonderful. So I'm hoping that as we move through with that event, that we can do, more outreach and more awareness about what those events are, so we as a commission can attend some of these things in group. So that's what I've got.
Thank you, Commissioner Fisher. Commissioner Savas, you're up.
Yeah, thank you. I've got some, I guess I'll say exciting news, so to speak, and that is that after several years of being in hiatus of sorts, the NCPRD, District Advisory Committee, new members and group met Wednesday evening for their orientation. So it was great to see. see them get started. So that's exciting. They'll be meeting monthly unless there's a change. So that was great to see. Last evening, Commissioner Schrader and I participated in the workforce listing session. I think I was struck by how many people expressed difficulties. I won't say seniors, but I guess,
Ageism.
yeah, people my age or so, younger, a little older, having trouble getting jobs and using the word discrimination, age discrimination. So I don't know if it was actually cases, but they felt as though that they were at least discriminated. So I just thought that was interesting. So many people had chimed in on that and repeated that. It was kind of interesting. So I just do wonder if the labor shortage is, that's in certain fields and so forth. But I have found, at least in my fields, is that, what they call us, the gray hairs, that we were a sought-after commodity because of that skill sets, that range of old skills and new skills and that mix of skills. So, I always found that it was very, if anyone in my field wanted to go to work, it was very easy to find work because we were sought after. So I'm not sure how that applies to other industries. And, next week, under issues, I will be bringing something to you, just to give you just a teaser. The region, or metro region, Portland Metro, did a congestion pricing study for local roads. And as that was being rolled out, we heard different, I recall hearing different things at least. And so we had a discussion at JPAC on Thursday morning about that. I'll be bringing you some more things, but it just kind of raised some alarm bells for me. I think I made a statement that went something like this. It just seems as though that we are capitalizing on our disinvestment of building capacity, and we are now looking at charging people the revenue for the congestion that we created as a result of that disinvestment, so to speak, capitalizing on that disinvestment, and yet we still need that capacity in certain areas where we don't have adequate capacity. Not enough focus, frankly, on what we need to meet our economic needs for moving goods and services, frankly, and I don't exactly, I want to bring you the policy stuff because they're going to be asking us to make a decision in July. So I hope to bring to you and our DTD staff, some kind of discussion, work session on this matter. So it's not anything at length, but, I think it's important that next July that whatever it is I vote for, it reflects the Commission's wishes. So just look out for that one. We'll talk more. And I have to leave for something, so I'll be checking out right now, Chair.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
I'll be back at 1:30.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. I appreciate your updates on that. As you know, I meet with the tri-chairs every Monday night. Leo Horner sometimes accompanies us. And as you know, many of you have asked about what the state government will be doing about face coverings once the 70% threshold is met. Right now, Oregon is at 68.2% vax rate for 18 and older. Oregon's risk level framework, including all restrictions, will be lifted. This includes mask, physical distancing, and capacity limit requirements. 2, the state will not require masks and face coverings in almost all settings, with some exceptions following the federal guidance, such as airports, public transit, correctional settings, and healthcare. 3, because the same mask and social distancing rules will apply for all individuals, vaccinated or unvaccinated, vaccine verification will not be necessary. It will also be strongly recommended that unvaccinated individuals or other vulnerable individuals continue to wear masks and practice other health and safety measures to stay safe. That's your own choice. And then there's this long email, which I plan on forwarding it to my commissioners, because there's some interesting employment information on that. Next Wednesday, the 30th at 2:30, there's a class that we all may want to take, and it's employment briefing for elected officials. Because the state is going to continue with the payment of unemployment benefits, which I submit is going to be a hardship on our businesses to find people who want to go to work. So we do have an employment and a labor shortage in this county. I plan on attending, but I would really like another set of ears on that Zoom meeting with me for anybody. We will.
Send that to us, yeah.
Yeah, I'll have Emily or I'll send it to you. An overview of what to expect over the summer as we begin to transition back to reemployment efforts. More traditional unemployment eligibility, enhanced benefits expire in September. We'll aim to set expectations for this transition, but I think it's important that we move forward, and I appreciate Commissioner Schrader and Fisher talking about the employment situation and child care. I do plan on bringing something forward soon to address that in the employment very soon. So with that in mind, we're in recess until 1:30. Thank you, Commissioners.
It was around May in 2008. I realized that I was pregnant with my youngest son, Larry. And that pregnancy was quite traumatic. He was born at 7 months. He was born at 3.5 pounds. He's really what I consider, he's my miracle baby. And I was homeless at the time when I gave birth to Larry. We were in a program through Impact Northwest, which was about for 24 months. I stayed clean, I was in that program. But as the time went on, you know, and the funding came out, we became homeless again. And I decided to stay in Oxford housing because I didn't want to give up. While I was at the Oxford house, that's when my kidneys went into renal failure. And that's when I went into the hospital, and that's when I realized that I was in real serious trouble. In that type of environment, you know, people expect that if you look a certain way or do a certain thing, you appear to be loaded. When the paramedics came, I couldn't tell them my name. I couldn't tell them who I was. I didn't know what day it was. So I was admitted to the hospital. And the next day, a child welfare worker came to visit me. And she explained to me that she was there to see about removing my child. And I told her, I said, I haven't done any drugs. I haven't done anything at all. I'm telling you, I'm a very sick person. According to the doctors, I'm in renal failure. But while I was there, something happened at the Oxford house. Somebody broke into my room. They climbed into the window. They took all our belongings. They said they'd watch my son, and I thought they would take care of him. And when I called, he was crying. He said that he was very hungry. And I told the caseworker what was happening, and she checked everything out. She said, your story's straight. You did not use any drugs, she said, and I went and saw what was going on, and I'm going to help you get out of that situation. So she did help us get into a motel. And while I was able to find another Oxford house that was, again, willing to accept us, I called 211, and I was able to secure housing for just a housing. And now me and my son are here. We've been in our apartment for the last 3 years. I'm very self-sufficient. I go to dialysis 3 days a week. The life expectancy of a hemodialysis patient in most cases is 10 to 15 years. And I need a transplant, I need an organ, I need a kidney. My case manager has helped me out with a number of things. The programs that she has helped me with has given me the opportunity to go to my treatment, life-saving treatment. Without dialysis or a kidney, then the doctors have explained to me that my choice would be hospice. And there's nothing more life-changing than a diagnosis like that. If I want to continue my education, I spend a lot of time in a dialysis chair, and I could sit and do a lot of homework, and I'm going to continue working on my disability, and I'm in a walker, but I want to get to a cane. For Larry's future, I want him just to continue to grow, and I just want to support him, and I want to be there for him no matter what. And that's my goal, is to keep moving forward and keep striving for a better life.
So how to tell bees from wasps from flies? When many people in the general public think about bees, they think of the European honeybee first and foremost. And this is because the European honeybee is the dominant pollinator in US agriculture today. One of the reasons that the European honeybee is used so extensively to pollinate watermelons and almonds and apples and blueberries is because someone, probably named Longsdorff, figured out how to make honeybees nest in boxes that can easily be picked up and transported and placed into a field when pollination services are needed. So because of the ability to move these honeybee hives from field to field to field, over time, the European honeybee has become the dominant pollinator that production agriculture has relied upon to deliver the pollination services that farmers need to bring watermelon and berries and tree fruits to actual harvest. However, the European honeybee is just one of approximately 4,000 bees that we have in North America, and only one of approximately 400 to 500 bees that we have here in the state of Oregon. A lot of what I'm interested in are those other bees, not necessarily the European honeybee. So like I said, just one of 500 species. So here is a photo of a bunch of flies in this row right here, a bunch of bees in this row right here, and a bunch of wasps in this column right here. And as you might be able to tell, flies, bees, and wasps can look superficially alike. However, if you just stop and look at a couple of key characteristics, the eyes, the legs, the antennae, and the hair, you should be able to tell the difference between flies, bees, and wasps in your own home garden. So I'm going to go over how to apply these tips so that you can identify what is actually the insect that you're looking at in your own garden. So for bees, the key characteristics that you want to look at are the hairs on the body, as well as the hind leg on the bee itself. Now, something about the hairs. When you look at a bee, one of the key characteristics of a bee is that they're very furry. They're covered with lots of hairs, and if we take a microscopic look at what these hairs look like close up, you'll see that they look like feathers. They're known as branched hairs. And I like to liken them to having a really bad case of split ends. Bees are covered with hairs that are forked, bad case of split ends, and that enables them to hold more pollen. In each and every one of these nooks and crannies, pollen grain, pollen grain, pollen grain, pollen grain can stick there. And that's one of the reasons why bees are such efficient pollinators of flowering plants. So when you look at a bee, you are not going to be able to see that branched hair itself. However, you will be able to see the volume and the fluffiness. They have a distinct fluffiness which is different than the hair covering other insects. Now, also the hind leg of bees is thick. It's thicker than that of a fly, it's thicker than that of a wasp. And if you start to notice, just looking at the hind leg, in particular, if you look at some wasps, you'll be like, oh, those skinny legs, that can't be a bee, that has to be a wasp. The hind leg of a bee is thickened in large part because many bees carry their pollen on their hind leg in something which is known as a pollen basket. So not only is that hind leg thick, but on one side of the leg, they actually have a depression where they can pack in the pollen. And on the other side of the hind leg, they have combs, so they basically can comb the pollen off of all of their hairs when they visit a flower and pack it into this pollen basket right here. You've probably seen that yourself on bumblebees and on honeybees. When they have a pollen basket, which is packed with pollen, it looks like these little pollen ball, little pollen ball, little pollen ball on the hind leg. If you see an insect in your garden which has kind of like a very voluminous, fluffy, hair-covered body and a thick hind leg, that is a bee. If you see an insect in your garden with a little pollen ball on the hind leg, that is definitely a bee. So what do bees use that pollen for? Well, bees actually collect the pollen. They collect nectar as well. They hold the nectar in their gut, and when they get back to their hive, they actually regurgitate that nectar onto the pollen ball, and they mix it together in something which is known as bee bread. And then on top of those little loaves of bee bread, that's where they lay their egg. And when that egg hatches out, the bee larvae can't move very far. So basically, the bee is being a good mama by baking some bee bread, which will feed her larvae until they're large enough to go out and forage on their own in the world after going through metamorphosis in the hive. So that's bees. Remember, bees, fluffy hairs, thick hind leg. Now, wasp, on the other hand, they may also have hairs. So look at this hair fringe face of this yellow jacket right here. However, if we take a close-up look at what the hairs look like, they are straight hairs. They don't have split ends. And when you look at them, it gives them a somewhat subtle but different look from the bees. Bees are fluffy. Wasps, by comparison, tend not to have as many hairs on their body. And even if they do have hairs, those hairs don't look fluffy. But the really telling thing, for me at least, to tell a bee from a fly is the hind leg. Wasps have skinny legs. I always think of them like, oh, you chicken leg, you have to be a wasp. You can't be a bee, because that third leg is distinctly skinnier than the third leg of a bee. Now, flies. Flies, you look at the eyes and the antenna. Flies, compared to bees and wasps, have stubby little antennae. And they have eyes which take up almost their entire face. I always think of that campy horror movie like the Fly, and that poster of just like the man fly with the nothing but eyes covering the entire face. Just every time I see a fly, I always kind of, they're not my favorite insect, I do have to admit. Just kind of like think flies whenever I see them. Stubby antenna, eyes which cover the entire face. So I think we're going to take a quiz now. Are we going to take a quiz? Okay, so this insect right here, a bee, a fly, or a wasp? So it's kind of hard to see, I'm sorry. This is actually a fly. So this is the eye. This is the eye, eyes covering the entire face, and stubby little antenna. I'm sorry, it's harder to see in this picture here. Okay, how about this one, a bee, a fly, or a wasp? Excellent, this is a wasp. This is actually a very common wasp that you have in your gardens in this area. It's one of my favorite. When you see it flying, it's this iridescent blue-green stripe, but this skinny leg is a dead giveaway that it is a wasp. This particular wasp is known as a sand wasp. Anyone who has a garden which abuts any of the rivers or streams in this area, you assuredly have this wasp in your backyard. They're very, very common, especially on properties that abut the river. And that's because they nest in sandy areas, and the banks of the rivers tend to be clear of vegetation and to be somewhat sandy, so it provides a lot of great nesting sites for these wasps. Okay, how about this one, a bee, a fly, or a wasp? This is a bee, so notice the thick hind leg. You can kind of see the fuzziness on the body. The eyes don't completely cover the face, and the long antennae. How about this one right here? This is actually a bee. It's harder to see because it does not have many hairs on its body. But look, right here is a thickened part of the leg. Right here is a thickened part of the leg. This is actually a male bee, because remember, bee mamas are the ones that are collecting the pollen and the nectar to feed their young. Male bees really aren't all that great of a parent. They're just kind of along for the ride, hoping they'll meet a female eventually. Their legs are not as thick as a female bees' legs, but they still do carry the vestige of having a thicker leg rather than just the straight chicken legs of a wasp. Oh, this is honestly one of my favorite insects of all time, bee, fly, or wasp. This one is a wasp. So here's this chicken leg, no thickening of the leg right there. This is what's known as a cuckoo wasp, when I see these flying, I actually think of them as like jewels of the garden. They're so beautiful. In this area, they tend not to be as bright blue as we have right here. They tend to be really iridescent green. And they're called cuckoo wasps because just like a cuckoo bird will lay its eggs in another bird's nest and basically trick another mama into raising her young, cuckoo wasps do the same thing. They're parasites of bees, social parasites of bees. They sneak into the nest of a bee, they lay their eggs among the nest of a bee, and they trick that bee mama into taking care of their young. So that's why they're called cuckoo wasps. They are social parasites of bees. Oh, this one right here. So here are the antenna. This is just the antenna right here. Here are the eyes. Okay, so this is a fly. A very adorable mimic of a bumblebee in the garden, but this is actually a flower fly. Stubby antenna, eyes covering the entire face. Just in case you're interested, you actually can tell male versus female bees in the garden as well by looking at the shape of their antennae when they're at rest. Males have longer antennae than do the females, and males tend not to have a crook in their antennae, whereas females tend, when they're at rest, to have like a little joint in their antennae. The way that I always remember females have like the jointed antennae, the elbowed antennae, is I always think of myself like pointing to my husband, like directions. So I always imagine myself like kind of pointing, no, here's where you go. And he's much more relaxed than I am as a general rule, so he goes with the flow and I'm the pointer. Just a couple other things, like I mentioned, males tend to have a little bit of a skinnier leg, male bees, than female bees. Female antennae tend to be more smaller and jointed. Males have longer abdomens and no stinger. Or no ovipositor, because the stinger on bees is actually a modified egg-laying device. So males tend to have a rounded abdomen and females tend to be a little bit pointier because they have that egg-laying device or a stinger if it's been modified in the social bees relative to males. Okay, so that's your tutorial on how to tell a bee from a wasp from a fly. I tell you that not to say that bees are better than wasps and flies. They all can be really essential allies in the garden. In particular, it is hard to convince people to understand that wasps have a place in the garden as well, because they were so bad this summer because of the drought. But wasps are really efficient predators of things like caterpillars and aphids in the garden. So they really do help with pest control. So it's always kind of a balance between their nuisance factor and their biological control, natural pest control factor, and where you fall along the lines of tolerating the nuisance and embracing the pest control delivered by wasp. It's probably a personal decision, but just to let you know, if you really hate wasps, just consider that they do serve as natural pest control agents in the garden. And many flies are also very effective pollinators of flowering plants in the garden, not as effective as bees because they don't have those branched hairs, but you'll notice if you've ever let cilantro go to seed or lettuce go to seed, a lot of times what's buzzing around there, what's flying around there are actually the pollinating flies. So what role can gardens play in pollinator conservation? Here's what really excites me. I think that gardens are critically important for the conservation of pollinators and the ecosystem services of pollination, which are delivered by those pollinating insects. When this paper came out of Chicago in 2014, I literally started jumping up and down in my office. I was so excited. So what these folks did is they took potted tomato and eggplant, and they drove them around in a truck to different neighborhoods in Chicago. They had some asters in there as well. And then they parked the truck on a sidewalk near a sidewalk in Chicago, and they counted how many pollinators visited those flowers in different neighborhoods. And then they took the eggplant and tomato back to the lab, and they measured what eventually was produced by those pollination visits. So they measured yield of those plants in the lab. And what they found went against all traditional dogma. They found that both bee abundance and richness, so they had more bees and more types of bees in the most densely populated neighborhoods of Chicago. And further, they found that that translated to larger tomatoes and larger eggplant. So they found where you have more people, you have more bees. Where you have more bees, you have more pollination. And where you have more pollination, you have a better harvest. This is really, in my mind, to my knowledge, the first documented instance of us having a positive impact on an ecosystem service. And the mechanism for our positive impact is gardens. Where you have more people, you have more gardens. And when you have more gardens, you have more flowers. Where you have more flowers, you have more bees. So this is absolutely fantastic and exciting to me. And this is actually what we found in my lab group in New York City. Prior to coming to Oregon State University, I was an assistant professor at Fordham University in New York City. And as an entomologist in New York City, rather than studying roaches or West Nile virus, I stumbled onto studying gardens. And I'm very glad I did, because they're very understudied and very interesting from a scientific point of view. So we worked, this graph comes from 19 gardens in East Harlem and the South Bronx. And we measured the area of each garden in meters squared that was planted in flowering plants. And then we looked at the richness of bees, or the number of bee species and the number of butterfly species that we found in those gardens. And you can see that for both bees as well as butterflies, there's a positive association. The more flowering plants you have, the more species of bee, the more species of butterfly that you're going to have. Now, we measured several other factors as well. We measured tree canopy cover, we measured the identity, we counted the identity of those plants, we looked at sunlight irradiance, we measured everything that you could possibly consider to measure that could explain bee diversity in these gardens. And the number one thing which kept coming out as being the positive promoter of diversity and abundance in gardens was the amount of flowering plants that you have. Oh, we also measured like the surrounding green space, like in how close they were to Central Park or how close they were to Crotona Park. It didn't matter. It was just the abundance of flowering plants within gardens, such that we were able to estimate that for every 11 meters squared of flowers that a garden had, they would net one additional bee species. For every 25 meters square of flowers that a garden had, they would on average net one additional butterfly species. Now that is a lot of area, and a lot of home gardens are not necessarily going to be able to transition 25 square meters to a flower bed. But one of the questions that we're interested in right now is what is the aggregate effect of your flower bed with your neighbor's flower bed, with their neighbor's flower bed? Can that make a difference? We don't have the answer yet, but we are trying to figure that out. Of all of the studies that have been conducted in home and community gardens, a total of 213 species of bee have been collected from a garden in the United States. So 213 out of 4,000 species, and that's from about 6 studies that have intensively studied bees in home gardens. So not too shabby. The ones which were most broadly distributed were the European honeybee, of course, was found in every study. This other non-native bee, Megachile rotundata, an exotic leaf-cutting bee, was also broadly distributed. But there was one native bee, Halictus legatus, a sweat bee, that was very, very common across all gardens that have been studied to date, whether they were in Ohio or New York or California. This one native bee is very strongly associated with home gardens. I did want to mention that even gardens as understudied sites, I do believe that there's a lot left to discover. When we were working in New York City, there were actually 2 species of bee that were collected, one by our lab group, that had never been described by science before. So in essence, we discovered a new species of bee in one of the most densely populated areas of the world in New York City. This particular species is called Lasioglossum Gotham, the Gotham City bee, which just goes to show you that we really don't even know what's right under our noses, and there are discoveries waiting to be made in our own backyard, which is one of the things that most excites me about studying gardens. I really also am interested in gardens as a temporal bridge for food for bees in the period after the native plants stop flowering in the forest and the period before agricultural crops start flowering and bloom in the summer. Gardens compared to forested habitats and agricultural habitats tend to provide food all year long because you grow a garden because you like flowers, so you probably are selecting flowers that bloom from early spring to different ones that bloom in the late fall. So gardens in that respect are secure, semi-permanent sources of forage for bees in this landscape where flowers are otherwise just a flash in the pan when we're talking about our early spring ephemerals in the spring, and kind of also a flash in the pan in the summer when we're talking about our agricultural crops. I'm also interested in gardens because we are starting to see more urban encroachment into previously agricultural areas. The reason I'm interested in this urban-rural interface is because I suspect gardens might be providing a refuge for bees from agricultural stresses. Agricultural areas tend to be managed quite a bit, tilled, chemical use, whereas home gardens are not. It is possible that home gardens are serving as a refuge for bees from agricultural stresses, and or that they're actually serving as a source of pollinators to those agricultural crops early in the spring before bees have become established in the field. So those are just some of the things that we're studying right now. Don't have the answers to them just yet, but I hope to in the relatively near future. So let's talk a little bit about what we found studying Portland area gardens. We originally chose 24 gardens to sample. This is just I-5 right here, 205, and a dot of all of the gardens where we sampled. It takes us 4 days to sample these 24 gardens. So you might notice that this is what's known as roadside ecology. I tried to choose gardens that had a quasi-efficient driving route. Isabella Messer, my undergraduate student who works in my lab, I feel so bad for her because she literally is stuck in a car with her professor for 6 hours every day, 4 days in a row. What we do when we visit a garden is we drop off traps one day and then we come back a day later, 24 hours later, to pick them up. What do our traps look like? Well, you are going to be so unimpressed, but let me tell you at least the rationale behind our unimpressive trapping method. Bees find nectar and pollen using sight and smell. So they see best in the UV color range, and they tend to see best flowers that are yellow, white, and blue. So here we actually have some UV nectar guides on this cranesgill. You can see nectar guides on this pansy. What these nectar guides actually are is they're kind of like an airplane person saying, this is where you go if you want to find the nectar, if you want to find the pollen. Here's a wood anemone as we see it, bright yellow. This is what a bee sees. So notice the target right here. This is the same flower under UV light. This is a target basically telling the bee this is where you need to go if you want to find nectar and pollen. So now I'm going to show you our unimpressive traps, which are nothing more than dollar store bowls that are white, blue, and yellow. We painted some of the white bowls with fluorescent blue paint and some of the white bowls with fluorescent yellow paint. We fill them with water. Flying insects are attracted to the color. The water has a little bit of soap in it so that when they land on the surface of the water, they break the surface tension and fall through. So we basically drown the insects in these bowls and then take them back to the lab so that we can curate them. And I'll talk about the need to kill them to identify them in just a moment. And then I also use this little insect sucker. It's called a pooter. Here is rubber tubing, and it's connected to a metal tube. And here's another metal tube, and I'm holding a vial in my hand. I suck the bees up as they actually visit a flower. Now, most entomologists would use a net, and most of my entomological friends think that I'm an idiot for using this method, but we're working in people's home gardens, and if you're netting insects off of a flower, you're knocking off the blooms, and that would make us very unwelcome guests in the 24 gardens that we've been invited to basically visit people's backyards for 3 consecutive summers. So we're trying to be good guests by literally sucking them off of the flowers as they're visiting. When a bee visits a flower and starts to suck nectar out of that flower, there is a moment where they are tied into that nectary and they can't fly away very quickly. So I've been doing this for more than 10 years. I've become very good at it over that time. It's not the most efficient collecting way, but it's a good way for us to collect without being bad visitors in the gardens that we visit. Then we take them back to the lab, just a photo of what our lab looks like, also not super impressive. Then we pin and label each and every insect. It's very meticulous work. We note if we collected them by pan trapping, those water pan traps, or by aspirating them. I have blue boxes covering up the identity of the gardens where we collected them because I did promise people a level of anonymity if they were going to participate in our study. This bee right here is number 933. Each bee gets an individual identification number so that we can track all of the information associated with that bee, where it was collected, how it was collected, when it was collected, and eventually its identity. Just this one I think is kind of funny. Whether you have ever thought of it, bumblebees collected in water pan traps, you actually have to shampoo them and blow dry them to make their hairs come out fluffy again, so that they're identified. And because I don't identify the bees myself, I send them to a museum specialist, and museum specialists are particular people. And if your bees don't look good, then they send them back to you. So we actually have to blow dry the bees. I've dedicated, I don't put much work in my appearance anyway. So I gave my hairdryer to the lab, but then my husband and I were actually going to go out for a date, and I was like, oh, I'm going to actually try to look nice for him for once. And then I remembered, oh, I don't have my blow dryer because we're doing bumblebees. Just a shout out to Sarah Kornbluth at the American Museum of Natural History, who is identifying our garden bees for us. On the handout, I have a Flickr site, flickr.com, OSUMG, where I have pictures. We also take pictures at multiple angles of every bee, and I put the identity of the bees there once I get them back from the museum specialist. So if you're interested in kind of taking a view of what we found, you can visit that website. Just some quick initial impressions from the first year's data in particular. Ligated sweat bees, honeybees, and yellow-faced bumblebees were in every garden. I have every in brackets because there's a possibility I might have missed one garden, but they are very broadly distributed along Portland area gardens. I think that gardeners who are using overhead irrigation have depressed bee abundance and diversity compared to those that are using no irrigation or drip. I still need to tease that out a bit more because it might be correlated with lawn area, and lawn as a general rule is not great bee resource. But my initial impression is that gardeners who are using overhead irrigation have reduced abundance and diversity compared to drip or no irrigation. I have a couple of gardens that are next to golf courses, and I'm noticing depressed bee diversity and abundance in those gardens, with one exception. There's one garden that even though it's right next to a golf course, they still have a lot of bees, but this garden is one where literally every space that is not a path is planted with flowering plants. So it'll be interesting to kind of tease apart the influence of golf course versus flowers in that one. Sunnier gardens have more bees. Those that are shaded tend to have reduced bee abundance and diversity, but I suspect that they might have more special bees, more unique bees. I need to wait until I get the identities back from the American Museum before I know that for sure. And in general, what you plant does matter. And when I talk about what you plant matters, I always like to go to, I think it's this garden right here, one of these two gardens right here, in North Portland. Site 51, here is site 51 with a big circle over it, so you can't tell exactly where this person lives. Here is I-5, here is Killingsworth, here's a Mac Station line. So it's one of my most urban gardens. It's also one of the smallest, only 0.1 acre total, but they have the second highest bee abundance of all of the 24 gardens that we've sampled. And that is because this particular gardener is focused, like so passionate about bee gardening, that every plant that makes it into their garden only makes it into their garden if someone somewhere has said that it is a bee-friendly plant. So he has a lot of salvias, has a lot of borage, big leaf maple. He plants for butterflies as well. California poppy, cinquefoil, nodding onion, Doug aster. I actually have the full plant list from this garden on your handout. So I think it's on the second page of the handout. Plant list for Site 51 if you're interested in knowing what they have in their own garden. So initial identifications of bees from the 24 gardens we sampled show that we have about 20 species of bee in Portland area gardens. However, this list was derived by me, and I am an ecologist, and I'm not a systematist can't even say it. I'm not a systematist or a taxonomist, so my level of BID expertise is substantially smaller than the museum experts. But just as a first glance at the bees, we have about 20 species that have been collected from Portland area gardens, and that doesn't count the leaf-cutting bees or the small carpenter bees, where the majority of bee biodiversity tends to lie. Those are very biodiverse groups. So I'm really interested in seeing how many we have in Portland area gardens. The most bees that have been collected from an area where gardens only have been sampled is 114. I don't think we're going to hit 114 bees, but I suspect we're going to lie out at somewhere around 50, 60 species of bee in Portland area gardens. Just some notes about some of the ones that we found. Lots of bombus, lots of bumblebees. In Portland area gardens, Bombus vase, Bombus melanopygus flies early in the season, Bombus apostasis, mixtus, and Griciacolis have all been collected from gardens. Bumblebees, as a general rule, are generalist, which means that they will take pollen and nectar from a broad variety of flowering plants. They're not specialized on a certain group. And they are hive nesters that usually nest in the ground. Now note the number of ground nesting bees I'm going to go through, because I am going to come back and talk about the importance of ground habitat for bee biodiversity. In our separate study of bees with native plants that my graduate student is doing, I had a separate taxonomist take a look at those bees. And something that was really interesting to me is that we have two species, Bombus fervidus and Bombus calignosus, that are on the IUCN list of endangered species as vulnerable bees. So these are bees which are not endangered, but they are considered vulnerable to range extraction and extinction, and we're finding them on garden plants in our native plant study. Just one note that this is Bombus vase, the most broadly distributed bumblebee in the Willamette Valley. You see Bombus vase everywhere. And the way that you identify Bombus vase is yellow face, thin yellow stripe near the tip of the abdomen, thin yellow stripe, yellow face, thin yellow stripe. Its common name is the yellow-faced bumblebee. But here is this threatened species, this vulnerable species, Bombus calignosus, the obscure bumblebee. Notice yellow face, thin yellow stripe, yellow face, thin yellow stripe. The only way that taxonomists can tell them apart is they actually have to dissect the males and pull out their genitalia and compare their genitalia. So that's part of the reason that we have to actually take them back to the lab, because for some of these cryptic species, you can't tell them apart unless you actually do an internal dissection. One of my favorite bumblebees, Bombus mixtus, the fuzzy horn bumblebee. These are pretty common in Portland area gardens as well. They look like little flying teddy bears. I absolutely adore them. Another common bee, wool carder bees. This is a non-native bee to this area. They also are generalist. They nest in cavities. So if you prune your roses, or if you have caneberries and you prune your caneberries every year, or even if you have like sedums and you prune your sedums, they like to nest in those little cavities of those sticks and twigs. They love lamb's ear. They're called the wool carder bee because they use these fuzzy hind legs to comb the fuzz off of lamb's ear, and that's what they line their nest with. Longhorn bees, here's a female longhorn bee, here's a male longhorn bee. Notice that the male's antennae are substantially longer than the females. Whenever I see the female longhorn bee covered in pollen, I like to say that she's like wearing MC Hammer pants. So every time I see this photo, I just want to start singing Too Legit to Quit, but I will not do it here. Just a close-up of this beautiful face of this male longhorn bee with this gold clypeus, which is what that little part is known as. Just absolutely gorgeous. These are native bees to our area. In our native plant study, we found the most associated with Nepida, which is catmint, goldenrod, Doug aster, Mattia, and Sildacia, which is a checker mallow. They're also soil nesters. So I'm just going to trying to tell you that a lot of these native bees nest in the soil before going back and talking about the importance of soil habitat. Here are some sweat bees in the genus Agopastomum. They are iridescent green. They're one of my favorite bees, so beautiful. They are also ground nesters. They have a nest in the soil which kind of looks like a little ant nest. So they have like a little tunnel and then an opening right there. In our native plant study, we found them on Mattia once again, Doug Aster, California poppy, and Clarkia. Just a cross section of what these nests look like when you go underground. This is about 1 foot underground. These are solitary bees, but they nest communally. So here we have multiple females sharing a nest. And each one of these areas, that's where they're going to have their bee bred, raising one individual bee. Here are 2 females sharing a nest, and here's just a single female, just to show you what it looks like. Ceratina are the small carpenter bees. These are native, they're very small, hence the name small carpenter bees. They nest in cavities as well. So you're going to find them in your caneberry openings and your rose cane openings after you prune them. They have an interesting form of sociality where they tend to be social, but they actually, the females cooperate to defend each other's young. In our native plant study, we found them on Pearly Everlasting, Rose Checker Mallow, Oregon Sunshine, and Gilia, collecting pollen and nectar. Okay, so this is just showing you what their nest looks like. And here is a spider. When a spider finds a nest of small carpenter bees, they basically go through and just plow through them, just eating the young. So the females will actually take turns defending that nest of multiple young bees against spiders and other predators. Halictus legatus, this is the most broadly distributed native bee that we found in our study, as well as in other studies. They'll take pollen and nectar from just about everything. They also nest in the soil. I'll skip through that. And then the leaf-cutting bees, which instead of having a pollen basket on their hind leg, they carry a pollen basket on their belly. So they have lots of hairs on the bottom of their belly. If you ever see a bee with this really hairy underside, that's almost assuredly a leaf-cutting bee. This is where taxonomists suspect the bulk of Oregon bee biodiversity is. So we're really excited that we've collected so many leaf-cutting bees from Portland area gardens. Have not had a chance to identify them just yet. Cavity nesting bees rather than soil nesting bees. Okay, so finishing up with how to be bee friendly. Really plant flowers, give them sunlight. Bees need to reach a certain internal temperature before they can actually fly, and if you have a totally shady garden, you're not going to be able to have as many bees. It's not going to be warm enough for them to fly. Other tips are to reduce or eliminate pesticides, particularly insecticides, wherever you can. Become considerate of bare ground and the potential of that bare ground to provide nest sites for soil nesting bees. Note that we have a fair amount of twig and cavity nesting bees as well. Use a variety of floral colors and floral shapes and provide blooms all year long, especially in the spring when bees are hard up for things to forage from. If you're somebody who is not meticulous about lawn care and you're feeling guilty maybe about your early spring dandelions, don't feel guilty. They're actually great forage for the bees when not much else is in bloom. Remember that yellows, blues, whites, purples, those are the colors that bees really like. Use a variety of floral architectures from tubular flowers to open flowers, and you are going to have your best chance of hitting a diversity of bees. In the gardens, we did collect bees which are known to specialize on particular flowers. So there are sunflower specialists and there are Clarkia specialists. I think the common name for Clarkia is farewell to spring. So if you want to hit some of those more specialized bees or unique bees, consider planting some sunflowers or some Clarkia. I'll finish up by talking about the importance of soil sites for bee nesting. On average, 70% of all bees in the world nest in the soil. And so some people have said if we really want to get serious about bee conservation, we need to start looking down instead of just considering what we're planting. We're finding the same thing in our garden studies as well. Whether we're talking about studies that we've been conducting in urban sites such as New York City or in more suburban sites, the majority of bees that we're collecting nest in the soil. So here's a photo of one of the gardens that I sampled this year and the previous summer. Pea gravel is the mulch surrounding these veggie gardens. They have a fire pit and a firewood stack back here. This is why I actually chose this garden. I was really interested in the firewood stack and that firewood stack as habitat for bees in the garden. We're not collecting a lot of bees from this garden, and I think it's because of the pea gravel mulch, as well as it tends to be shady in most areas of this garden. Here's a garden where we're collecting a lot more bees. This is just kind of an edge area of the garden. This particular gardener was feeling really guilty because life circumstances prevented them from gardening to any great degree that summer. And so when I was showing them what we were collecting, they were like, I don't understand. I haven't done anything. I haven't planted anything. And then I started walking them along this unmanaged area, which is kind of just an unmanaged weedy area where they're piling their grass cuttings and like their scraps. And there were so many bees in that area. So it's kind of like a problem that we're going to have to counter, that what's pleasing to the gardener and what's pleasing to the bee are not always in alignment. But if you're a gardener who's feeling guilty about not being able to garden as much as you've wanted to in a particular summer, just know that you're probably doing good things for the bees in your area. In general, because most bees are soil nesting bees and not cavity nesting bees, I'm not a huge fan of putting out cavities themselves for bees, but this one kind of changed my mind. Here's a bee hotel that's on the campus of Oregon State University. I think the design is aesthetically pleasing. It's just all of these different squares where you can put in logs that you drill holes into, or nesting boxes, or bamboo that you cut up. These are actually wine bottles in the top with bamboo shoved into them. And you'll notice we have a bee nesting right here. We have lots of holes plugged in this log there. You can see that one pretty good. In these bee blocks, we're actually getting a lot of wasp. If you can look closely, you'll see grass coming out of these holes, which is indicative of a grass-carrying wasp. But in the bamboo and in the logs with the holes drilled, they actually are getting mason bees and other cavity nesting bees. And it's beautiful, I think. So that might be one option that meets both the gardener aesthetic, but also provides habitat for bees. So just to summarize, if you want to be bee-friendly, plant flowering plants. Don't overthink it too much. When we start looking at individual garden designs and looking at specific plant identity, we're finding that having flowers is more important than fussing about the specific identity of the flowers. But I will give a shout out for Site 51, which has only pollinator plants, and it's obviously paid off for that gardener. And just want to maybe encourage you to take a look at maybe 1 or 2 native plants that you might want to consider adding into your own garden. Doug Aster is one that I'm a big fan of because we're picking lots of bees off of Doug Aster. Sunflowers are also good, although I know not all gardeners like the aesthetic of them. Make sure you have some sunlight. Don't cut down a tree though just to give them sunlight. Trees have so many ecosystem services on their own that they're offering, but just be aware that if you want a lot of bees in your garden, they need sunny sites. Reduce pesticides. Don't feel bad about bare soil. Twigs and cavities can be useful. Yellow, white, blue flowers, and blooms all year long. And with that, I thank you for your time and your attention.
The North American Bigfoot Center is the Pacific Northwest's largest public collection of Sasquatch evidence and artifacts on display. It is a resource center, it is a museum, it is a gift store, it is a place for people to come learn about these animals. I decided to locate the North American Bigfoot Center in Boring, Oregon for a couple reasons, really. Number one is convenient. I live in the woods outside of Sandy, so I'm a local. Also, Clackamas County has the highest number of Sasquatch reports out of any county in Oregon, so it makes perfect sense that we would want to be in the foothills of Mountain Hood, right on the doorstep of Mountain Hood National Forest. I've always had an interest in Sasquatches, even all the way back to when I was a little boy. I'm 50 years old right now. I grew up in the 1970s with, In Search Of and Legend of Boggy Creek and all those schlockumentaries, right? And I love them all. I've always been weird, I guess is a nice way to say it. If Sasquatches aren't real, how could it be true, and this is true by the way, that literally every indigenous group in North America has stories of these things, of giant hair-covered human-shaped things in the woods? And then you go into the physical anthropology, where you look at the footprint cast evidence and you look at the inferred morphology of the foot, the bone structure of the foot, that you can actually take a pretty good guess at based on landmarks in the footprint casts. And when you start looking at those landmarks and start looking at the way that the bones are laid out, the differences between Sasquatch feet and human feet are astounding, because the Sasquatch foot apparently was redesigned by evolution to accommodate a mass of their size. The more you read about the evidence and how all the evidence is congruent and interlocks, the less likely that this is just some sort of hoax or misidentification or delusion. The animals are out there and the evidence speaks very clearly. The typical Sasquatch looks remarkably similar to our model in the background here. In fact, when people see Sasquatches at close range, I invite them in the back and say, okay, meet Murphy, tell me what's different, tell me what's the same. And they nitpick, oh, the hair was longer here, or the skin was a slightly different shade, or the eyes were this or that, But they all walk away saying that Murphy here is by far the most accurate representation of what they saw out of anything else they've ever seen. I love the subject so much I can't seem to find a way out. Not that I'm even trying to, but I'm drowning in this thing and I'm kind of liking it, right? It's a lot of fun. What am I trying to do with this? Okay, well, yeah, sure, it's a business. I guess I'm trying to pay my bills, but there's a larger thing. There's a larger calling for me. So what my goal is basically to educate. I was an educator. I taught mostly 5th grade. I did it for 14 years. Now I'm basically a single subject teacher in the subject of Sasquatch, because education is the key to everything. Everything that is good in society usually comes from educated populace, right? If I can educate the public that these things are real, they are out there, they're breathing the same air, they're drinking the same water as us, they should not be treated as monsters. This is just my way of trying to give something back to them. Because at the end of the day, I'm not the important one. We aren't the important ones, they are. And also, by showing the Sasquatches out there, it might lead to humans leaving a smaller footprint on the planet.
We're going to go ahead and get started.
Might be asleep.
Welcome to the Clackamas County Board of Commissioners Policy Session this afternoon on June 22nd, 2021. Administrator Gary Schmidt, you're up.
Thank you, Chair Smith. Your first policy session today, Commissioners, is Anti-Displacement 101. We have staff from the Office of Equity and Inclusion to present with several outside guests. So Martine Koblenz, our County Equity and Inclusion Officer, if you please start and introduce our guests, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Martine Koblenz, she, her pronouns. I'm the County Equity and Inclusion Officer. Other staff in the room today, my colleagues are from the Department of Transportation and Development, Dan Johnson, Karen Burig, and Jamie Stasny, as well as Everett Wild County Administration. We're here before you this afternoon to discuss anti-displacement. From a report for the City of Vancouver, Washington, anti-displacement is defined as a set of goals and strategies used to mitigate the negative impacts of change in economic and physical conditions in neighborhoods with high concentrations of residents vulnerable to displacement. So today's policy session on anti-displacement is solely an informational educational session. Clackamas County has expressed interest in a conversation about displacement in our community for some time. In July of last year, Commissioner Paul Savas asked the board to discuss anti-displacement strategies at a future policy session. Last December, staff presented a high-level overview of displacement and shared a plan to have a longer informational session to hear from experts. So today, we're pleased to have 3 experts with us to present on displacement. We have Dr. Lisa Bates from Portland State University, who will share with us a high-level overview of displacement, its effects, and ways to mitigate the negative impacts. We have Nikatris Perkins, who is the Assistant Director of Social Equity at the Oregon Department of Transportation, who will be discussing how infrastructure can affect displacement. And finally, we have Carmen Madrid, Deputy Director of Micro Enterprise Services of Oregon, who will be addressing business displacement. These speakers will each present for about 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll open it up to the remainder of the time for questions, comments, and discussions with you, the Board of County Commissioners. So with that, I'd like to ask Dr. Lisa Bates, who's here with us in person, to start her presentation, and thank you so much for being here.
Good morning. Thank you. And thanks for having me. It's always really wonderful when an alumna from our program thinks, hey, that lady had something interesting or useful to share. And I appreciate, I know our school, the Toulon School, is really committed to working with our local and regional partners to try to provide useful knowledge. So thank you for having me, and please feel free to contact me or any of my colleagues, really, for the kinds of information that you're looking for as a follow-up to today's conversation. So what I think about a lot is how can we meaning planners or public sector folks, achieve multiple goals at once. One, to welcome and accommodate newcomers as we grow, while we also support our long-term community members, our neighbors, and our business owners, and also recognize that all of our past policies haven't supported everyone equally. They haven't supported everyone to thrive, and that we also want to make sure that all of our community members are equally well suited as we proceed into the future. And this sort of connects into this paradigm, this equitable, inclusive development without displacement. A new sort of a framework to think about our public decision making and recognize the relationship between the public and the private market. So I'm going to say a couple of things about the paradox of development and displacement, who is most at risk, why we should care or care more, and then what can the public sector do about it. So if we click forward, sort of our paradox is that we, and I say we as a person who's trained as a planner and considers myself to be part of the public sector, we have goals of improving neighborhoods, of making commercial districts more vibrant, of increasing our economy and our development, and we want to create new opportunities, right? At the same time, we have to recognize that when we make places more attractive to newcomers, to outside investors, to those market actors that we want to attract, that this can sometimes lead to pushing out the folks who are here with us today. That prices go up, rents go up, and involuntarily they can be displaced. And those community members then don't experience the improvements that they have been hoping for, they've been asking for, and wanting to enjoy as part of the community because they can't stay. We can go forward. So when we think about who, if we can go forward again, who is most at risk for displacement, and my work is primarily around housing, so I think a lot about residences, but also about businesses as well. Those folks who are already vulnerable in their housing are the people who are most at risk for being displaced when we intend, again, to improve places, but we don't put in place all of the safeguards that would support folks who are already most likely to have instability in their housing. Obviously, people who have low incomes and who are cost burden in their housing are at high risk, are very vulnerable to housing displacement. Renters who don't control the housing that they live in are vulnerable to buildings being sold or upgraded. Although homeowners who have low incomes or fixed incomes can also be vulnerable to displacement, and I think that's especially the case right now with COVID economic impacts for people if they can't access support with their mortgages. They may also be very vulnerable. People of color and immigrant-identified families are at risk with, again, our sort of the histories and realities of fair housing challenges and discrimination, less access in the housing market, and less savings and wealth to fall back on. Older folks who have fixed incomes can be very vulnerable in their housing, and people with disabilities, both because of economic challenges in terms of incomes and employment, but also because of a need in many cases for housing that is accessible, that supports a physical disability that's very limited and hard to come by. So all of those folks are the people that what I am most concerned about when I think about inclusion and equity in changing housing markets. Likewise, small businesses, especially those who are owned by folks with less access to funds, less access to multi-generational savings, are first-generation entrepreneurs, that kind of category of the minority, women, and emerging small businesses, those kinds of classifications would be vulnerable to displacement in commercial areas when rents go up in our business districts. And, you know, again, those things are linked together. If you are a small business that serves a community and folks that you serve no longer live here, then your customer base isn't present, and that can undermine sales. And so those two sides of the coin are very much connected. I think that most of us care about all of these people, but we often don't, as a matter of the public sector, think beyond just the impacts to those individuals when we think about the challenges of development and growth. So going forward, I argue that we should care actually a lot more, that there are real costs to individuals, families, but also to communities when people are displaced from their home communities. We know that this is, that involuntary housing instability is very damaging to continued employment, serious interruptions to working in the workforce. So for an adult person's income, for the businesses and commercial sectors that they're employed in, being displaced, having to move far distances away, having challenges with commutes is very disruptive to work. Housing instability is deeply, deeply damaging to children's educational attainment. and their ability to continue and thrive in school, which of course has effects throughout the life course in terms of their success in graduating from high school, moving on to bigger and better things, including Portland State University. Displacement has been linked to mental and physical health challenges. Dr. Mindy Fullylove, who's a community psychologist, likens this to root shock. When you pull up a plant in your garden by the roots and you plant it too shallowly, it doesn't ever thrive again as well. And that can happen when we disrupt people's lives and the communities that they live in. These, of course, aggregate up to communities and spillover effects on other systems. In particular, I'll note school systems dealing with children who move a lot, having to provide additional supports can be heavily affected by community displacement, and also our transportation system and our environmental quality, frankly. If people are experiencing a lot of mismatch between where they live and where they need to go, impacts on traffic and air quality as examples of systems. And in general, we know as we look across the country that income segregation and inequality is actually bad for regions. Places that have very wide disparities because of these systems' impacts don't do as well. They don't thrive as well. And so one of the phrases that's come up in the housing world is that, people who work here should be able to live here. So any of the kinds of jobs that we think of as supporting our everyday life, from a grocery store checker to a nurse to a teacher to the doctor at the hospital, should have a choice and access to live nearby and in our community with us as neighbors. So if we care a lot, what is it that we can do as a public sector, knowing that many of these changes take place in the private sector. In the public sector, we don't build housing, we don't set the prices, we're not telling a commercial landlord what rent to charge. We're kind of creating the conditions under which development is happening. And when we think about the public sector improvements that we're extending, be those a light rail stop, new sidewalks, parks, et cetera, we want to think about and understand and anticipate how is the private sector going to respond. If we can go click forward. So we think about this idea of development without displacement. When we first make a commitment to inclusion and to equity, we recognize that we need then to really engage. We no longer, I hope, in most places plan from atop the ivory tower and look down in a GIS map and say we know what's best, but we have to actually communicate and work together with communities, business owners, and those folks who are doing development to understand what it is, what's their perspective on what's happening, what are their plans, what are their hopes and their visions for what's happening. And really recognizing the way that our public investments affect those choices and can affect those choices positively through understanding the outcomes so that we don't have unanticipated changes. We don't have a moment where we say, oh, we're so surprised that new housing development would come and be so expensive that it would push people out. There's no reason that we should not be able to think about that happening in the future. So this kind of new paradigm, which I would describe as an inclusive and equitable development paradigm without displacement, it's really a paradigm for good planning. We can call it anti-displacement planning, but we could just call it good planning, that we have care for the communities that we serve, we prepare for the future, we engage with people to ensure that we're extending the benefits in our community to everyone. So we can click forward, think about, and hopefully I think you have access to this as a printout, so perhaps you can see this text a little bit more. One is really being able to assess the context that we're acting in. So we can do that with data analysis, with mapping, with understanding what are the specific vulnerabilities in our community? Where are those people located? And what are we doing? What are we getting ready to do in those locations? We can understand housing needs and in the past to ensure that we're not glossing over any communities who have needs that we might not notice. Third, we then talk about strategizing to align tools that we have to that context. So regulatory, incentive, partnership tools. We might be thinking about planning ahead to link our affordable housing funding to a new transit extension. We might be thinking about realizing, hey, there's a bunch of naturally occurring affordable housing, low-cost rental housing here. We want to make sure those folks can stay in place. What's a subsidy? What's an incentive that we can create with the owner of that housing? We want to think about helping folks to buy their homes, perhaps, partnering with community-based organizations that provide financial education. Thinking about kind of what are the financial or regulatory incentives to shape private development in the direction that we would like it to be, and that often we can find partners in the private sector who would like to contribute to our communities in that way, who want to see the places that we are in and that they also live in grow and change in ways that support everyone. And then finally, we got to keep it up, right? This is not a one-time only thing, but to continue to monitor and track changes as they happen, to continue to update our strategies, and understand more about needs as they evolve. We are really talking about, in planning today, thinking about how to, again, balance our aspirations, our visions for our communities in the future, and to be welcoming genuinely and accessible to new folks, and also ensure that people who are here now get to make choices, get to have their aspirations and visions realized, and to balance those things together. And that would be how we describe our new paradigms around equitable and inclusive development without displacement.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bates. Really appreciate you offering a high-level overview of that, what inclusive and equitable development without displacement might look like. We're going to pass it on to Nikatris Perkins from ODOT. Is she online? Okay.
She is. Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Nikatris. You may start.
Oh, awesome. So thank you so much for having me. My name is Nikatris Perkins, and I am Assistant Director. I have the pleasure of serving as Assistant Director for Oregon Department of Transportation. Additionally, I've had the honor of researching and writing about community cultivation in small to medium-sized geographies or jurisdictions. Oftentimes in jurisdictions, we are far into creating harm and have already created some complex systems of injustice by the time we're thinking about seeking equitable outcomes, right? So as we think about infrastructure, centering equity and anti-displacement strategies, it is imperative to seeing our values at play in policy, program, and in project decisions. Many of us being government entities, really do almost all tout values that are very similar. So we want to uplift unity and healthy economy and equity, and almost always safe, healthy, and secure spaces for people to live, work, and play. So in doing this, we must be clear about for who and to what end. And unfortunately, age, income, race, ability, and language are often deciding factors for the who. So in trying to think about ways to ensure a safe, healthy, and secure community, we're also ensuring housing, which has to include home ownership. We have to ensure transportation and jobs and financial well-being and mobility. So that means access to fresh food and high quality of life sustaining wages, right? And in doing this work, it's often happening for some, and depending on geography, for many in some places. But as a government entity, we're accountable to all. So as I think about anti-displacement and infrastructure, I wanted to offer 3 things that I think are really important in terms of how that works. So one is targeted universalism. So as a country that's continuously implemented universal policies and laws, and then we offer targeted solutions to the problems that they create for certain populations, we know that neither is really working very well. Target universalism offers that if we develop universal goals and then implement strategies and tactics to get the entire population to that place, that we would be better off. We would be in a space that we actually seek to be, instead of always trying to balance who's being burdened and why and what do we do wrong. So an example is this: we are very clear that home ownership is critical to a robust economy. We know it's imperative to wealth generation and entrepreneurship and financial well-being, and all of those things are important to an entity that's creating infrastructure. So we also know, because we know that, we also know that creating low-income housing often catches people in cycles of renting, right? Usually low-income housing doesn't lead to home ownership. It catches people in a space where their income dictates their ability to access what usually is great housing in places that are desirable that they wouldn't have access to without that income. We also know that land on which people own their homes can be susceptible to eminent domain. So those two things are really counter to our overall goal, which means that land grants or even home ownership protection policies are necessary in some spaces for us to reach our universal goal of us building trust with government entities, of us having the safe, healthy, and secure communities that we seek, that are committed to anti-displacement. As we grow a robust economy where all Oregonians can thrive. The second thing that I think is really important for us to consider in infrastructure spaces is investment and disinvestment, right? Oftentimes it's a verse, but we have to look at both because both are happening. In our work, we're faced with budgets that have less resource than goals, values, plans, desires. And so we're consistently balancing budgets, shifting funds, aligning to priorities. And when we think about where to invest, it's important that disinvestment, that movement of funds, doesn't decrease desirability for where our population lives. Specifically, again, thinking about some of those demographics such as age, income, or race and ability, or language, right? We need to ensure that the cost of living is not increased where people are currently residing to the point that they can't afford to live there anymore. And we have to think about climate equity, right? So that we're not putting populations in spaces where they can't breathe, live long, physically healthy lives because of air quality or materials that are used inside of infrastructure production long term. In doing that, we need to take into consideration those who have been historically excluded from both problem definition and solving. So sometimes we're thinking about, well, we have a great idea and we want to move over here, but we didn't ask the people if that was a problem that we needed to solve. If we all figured out the problem, we didn't ask them about the best solution for it at all. So when building strong infrastructure, we really need to think about not only who benefits, but we have to think about who's burdened and not how many are burdened. So we know that in Oregon, the population, depending on where we are, vary drastically. And the largest pocket of diverse population are under 18. When we think about infrastructure, that's who we're building for, right? Like infrastructure, the things that start today, some of them won't be done for 5 years, and they're gonna last for 100. So we need to be thinking about that population as we think about who is burdened and not necessarily how many. Sometimes it might only be 10%, but 10% is a lot when we're accountable to all. So it's not thinking about is anyone in this room burdened, in any room I would be in, not this one specifically, or the percentage, but more importantly, who and how and to what extent, because it is important that we do think about, no matter what the percentage, how they're being burdened, especially when we're looking through an anti-displacement lens. So thinking about both investment and disinvestment consistently. And then finally, I think it's important to think about community cultivation as a strategy. We've looked at community development historically. So we thought about, how do we build a robust economy? We put these infrastructure, we put these types of strip malls or housing or restaurants, or how many, we really think about what kind of road and how bike lanes. We think about all of those things in terms of what that would mean for development, and it looking developed and being accessible to not only people who are desirable, not only for people who live in the state, but also for people who would visit, right? And unfortunately, we've also thought about urban renewal or used urban renewal as a model in the past. Community cultivation expects that from engagement to problem-solving methods to metrics and evaluation to contractors, so who's actually doing the work once we have a plan, and consultants and zoning and subsidies, that all of those that live and work and play in a community are not only consulted, but they're co-creators and collaborators, right? Oftentimes the answer for anti-displacement dwells among the people that we're seeking to ensure don't get displaced. And the work to cultivate those relationships and utilize not only their voice, but their experience is imperative to our long-term success. I will say that I think that anti-displacement strategies are not always comfortable because it asks that our positional power is redistributed in many ways. And but in that discomfort lies the community we seek to be a part of. And so as we think about how to best build infrastructure, again, not for us as we think about tomorrow or the day after, but we're building infrastructure that's gonna last 20 to 100 years, depending on the type and the materials used, that all of that process affects those who are not at the table in many spaces, both now because of their ability or language or their income or their race, but also not because of their age, right? They're 10, they're 12. And what are we doing to ensure that populations of great diversity are being taken into consideration as we build? So private universalism is a space, thinking about investment and disinvestment at the same time in balance, and thinking about community cultivation as strategies, I think are very helpful as we think about infrastructure from a social equity and anti-displacement lens. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nikatris. I really appreciate you sharing those 3 tips. And we are going to pass it along to Carmen Madrid from MISO. And then after we hear from Carmen, we'll open the floor up for comments and questions. Do we have Carmen?
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome, Carmen. Thank you for being here.
Now, thank you for having me and inviting me to this space to speak about anti-displacement. So I'm Carmen Madrid with MISO, Micro Enterprise Services of Oregon. We are a nonprofit organization working across the Tri-County with small businesses. And when I saw this, this sort of introduction, it talked about experts. And I just want to say, for the record, I am not an expert at all on anti-displacement. But what I am an expert in is working with the small businesses day in and day out and seeing really what their either struggles or challenges are in the community and in the communities that they serve. So, most recently, some of the things that I have seen, and this is not just inclusive to Clackamas County, this is everywhere, is that many of the businesses are being displaced, because of COVID, but even pre-COVID. Large conglomerate real estate factions, own large pieces of property. And so what happens is, many aspiring businesses will come to these spaces dreaming that their business will thrive there. And, we've had businesses that we've talked to that have been in business for over 20 years. They come to this country, or maybe they put in their entire savings, their whole retirement savings, really bootstrapping their businesses. And they sign a lease. They're excited about their business. They're in it maybe sometimes 5 years only, 10 years only to find out that, they're going to get kicked out. And there's a lot of factors that happen because of that. It's not necessarily because they can't afford the rent, but it's because maybe the rent or the leasing terms have changed. And sometimes because of what's happening around the infrastructure is that, transportation is shifting in that area. Maybe housing costs are going up. And so, the value of that space, and all of you know that this is a common of what happens, is that now the landlords are actually putting their leases another $5,000 on top of what they were normally paying. So these are the kind of things that we continue to see that displace small businesses. Last week alone in Clackamas County, without naming anything, any businesses, 3 businesses were displaced by a large real estate company. And one of the businesses, a nail tech salon, Vietnamese family, came here over 20 years ago, and really they had nothing. You know, they're leaving a war-torn area and wanting to start a new life, you know, really the American dream. I myself I'm a first-generation immigrant, so I can definitely speak about the struggles when people do first come here. And you know, really, they put everything they had. It was the only thing they knew how to do in terms of skills development. They created the sacrifices for their family so that they can go ahead and give their children a better education, a better quality of life, and all the things that we hear about. Only to find out that they got displaced after 20 years in a business, 20 years. And so they had over 15 employees. And so if you want to talk about workforce development, not only did it displace the business, it also displaced all of those families earning an income from that business. Many times people talk about workforce development in terms of, you know, employment in a workforce, such as a, you know, corporate setting, for example. But I think what we fail to recognize is that many small businesses actually do employ a large workforce. And just imagine what that trickle-down effect looks like, especially if this business were employing, you know, others where this is their primary source of income for their family. So now you can kind of see how just one displacement of a business can ultimately affect multiple families and the housing and all of the things that this can do. And I guess I find it incredibly ironic that a lot of times we talk about keeping it local. You know, keeping it local, buy your products local, but are we actually creating built spaces where things are local so that we can have that conversation with the landlord and say, hey, you know, let's take a look at how we can support what's happening here and continue to develop really a community where folks have lived, played, and worked. And so this is what I see on the ground every single day. The work that MISO does in terms of how we can create strategies is really the one-on-one work that we do with our clients. And sometimes it's as simple as education. You know, the first time that somebody asked me my opinion about built spaces, or I think what were some of the other words in here? Built spaces and zoning and GIS and planning and built environments. I had no idea what people were talking about because that's not the language that businesses speak. What businesses speak is that they want to make money, they want to be profitable, they want to stay in the community, they want to employ locally, they want to employ folks that don't necessarily have the chance to be employed outside of a small business. And so, you know, when you hear those things, businesses don't know. They just want to succeed. They just want to have a positive bottom line. And so, you know, in terms of, you know, strategies and whatnot, you know, I'm not here to offer any kinds of solutions, but I do know that one thing that does work is collective impact strategies. And when a community in itself, and it might be a little altruistic, I'm not sure, but when a whole entire community works together and they want to achieve the same goal, then regardless of whether you're coming from housing, transportation, business, you create an entire community. And this is, I think, what we're lacking. You know, I know that in studying, I was trying to figure out why did suburbia even happen? And it was actually because of the auto industry. They wanted us to drive further away from systems so that their industry could be supported. And so when you start thinking about that, how cool would it look like if we had local markets that we can just walk to? And you can see how the health component ties into all of this as well. So, you know, that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing on the ground with small businesses. I think there is an opportunity for any county, any municipality to make a difference in the way that they build and develop economy for the local community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carmen, and thank you to all of our speakers. Again, this is an opportunity for education on anti-displacement, so I want to open it up for comments from our Board of County Commissioners and/or questions to the speakers that are here today?
Commissioner Schrader, you're up.
Yeah, I have a question because I know that here in Clackamas County in the past that we've worked with community land trusts in order to maintain, it's a strategy, and so I'm wondering where that fits into all of this, as one of the strategies that we should be using a little bit more assertively, and how that maintains affordability in housing.
Would you like to?
Yeah. Thank you. Community land trusts are a very excellent strategy for housing, and they can also be used for businesses,
Right.
for commercial space. So for those who are not as familiar, a community land trust would be an organization that owns and holds the land under a building. And for housing, if I were a home buyer, I would be purchasing the home, but I'm not purchasing the land. The land remains held in common. And you can buy and sell that home, and typically they'll limit the amount of equity that you get out of the home if you sell it, when you sell it to the next person. So the idea is the home would be permanently affordable. Typically, the next buyer would be income limited. I would get a certain amount back from my down payments that I've made and the like, so that you are still having that wealth building function of home ownership. But rather than the home just going into the market at the wild prices and bidding wars that we're seeing right now, it would be restricted. And then likewise, for a commercial property, it would be possible to do something very similar. So this story of a salon being displaced, that person would be actually purchasing a business unit or renting a business unit within a nonprofit structure that would be more supportive of long-term stability. So it really kind of takes pieces away from that speculative bidding war market in the real estate market. And it can be really effective. For example, in Denver, they use a community land trust around their light rail extensions. So as they know a light rail is being extended, there's often a lot of land set aside for building the tracks, for building the station areas, for staging construction that is owned then by the transit authority or by the state. They will turn those lands over to a community land trust. Or if they see a commercial building or community institution that is up for sale, it's using some public money to purchase that and hold that, to turn it over to the community land trust, so that community spaces, small businesses, daycare centers, recreational facilities, et cetera, can be preserved in those key moments of sale. And so that it is a growing strategy. There's a national technical advisory group called Grounded Solutions that supports communities to develop a community land trust strategies that I think is very effective in helping to see how to set it up, what tools to use, what targets to have in terms of homeowners, renters, businesses, how to price things. And so I would, definitely encourage availing the county of those resources. They're wonderful resources.
Yeah, I want to thank you for that, because I do know that not only do we have a dearth of affordable rental housing, but it's really home ownership that enables people to build wealth in the end and potentially really have equity so they can really, have steady jobs and things of that sort. So a follow-up to that, I'm going to look at Chair Smith here. Urban renewal. It seems to me that urban renewal can either go two ways. We can either, and some people are a fan and other people aren't, it can gentrify, or in the case, and I'm looking at our planners in the back, just to maybe one of them could talk about what are some of the strategies that we used when we did Overland Park. Because that was an area that was sinking into poverty. It didn't have the infrastructure. There were road infrastructure, and particularly sewer infrastructure was at the point where there were septic systems failing everywhere. But I remember we intentionally went in to say we want to help that community, but we don't want to gentrify. Dan, have any of you folks you were here, I think. Have you got anything to add? What were some of our tools and strategies that we used? Because I think it's relevant that we've got a track record, actually, of how we've managed this before.
Commission Chair Dan Johnson, Director of Transportation and Development. Yes, actually, you talk about urban renewal. It's developed. Those programs that we do are developed around the plan that's developed with that community engagement. And that particular plan had a specific focus on stabilizing the housing environment out of that particular area. And by doing so, we developed programs which are facilitated sewer extensions for sewer services because folks were losing their housings because they were on septic systems. We also established plans for home repair for those who are less fortunate. We also established first-time home buyer programs in that area and grants associated with that for folks who could qualify. Essential services or essential repair grants, so heaters, things of that nature, roofing, all those were various elements or programs that were included in that North Clackamas revitalization area.
Yeah, so we basically have a roadmap already of, as communities develop, maybe what some of the tools could be. I like to think, because I know you gave us a high level, but I think what we're mostly interested in is what are those on-the-ground tangible things? We've got an example here. Is there anything else you can add about what we really could be doing specifically with tools and in a toolkit here? In a county our size, rural, urban, suburban, and frontier.
Yes, it's a lot of different contexts. Yeah. And so one thing is really tailoring tools to a particular context. So if you've got an area where there are a lot of homeowners who could be vulnerable, then you're trying to preserve people. Some of the things I think are successful to also add on to are things like first-time home buyer, home repair is one, to ensure that those are accessible to the full diversity of people so that we don't continue to exclude anyone based on their background. And two, to have ongoing supports so that that ownership is maintained over the long term. That's actually one of the great things in the Community Land Trust is they have been very robust to foreclosure crisis because of that. Because of the supports that the nonprofits provide to the owners in terms of financial capabilities over the long term. Likewise, for a home repair type of project, one of the things that's being piloted right now in the city of Portland is some support around financial planning and estate planning for older homeowners who are getting home repair to make sure that there's an intergenerational transfer of those properties, that choices are being made as we pass on properties. And I would also think quite a lot right now about what we call naturally occurring affordable housing. So the lower cost rentals that people are living in right now, almost always without any kind of subsidy, but they are easily lost and we can't create those again. I think we probably all have a sense of the tools and the limitations, resource-wise, of building new affordable housing. It's expensive, it's small scale, it serves a very tiny number of people. And most folks who don't have a lot of money are just living somewhere. And so to the extent that we can preserve those units, we can really, double and treble our affordable housing resources. So one opportunity would be to create REITs, real estate investment trusts, or kind of quick strike funds to be able to purchase buildings when they come on the market. That could be one use of, for example, an urban renewal area where we have TIF funds to be ready to buy and sort of stabilize buildings that operate fine. Right, people pay their rent, they're in the black, there's nothing wrong with it, but often in these days, and it is often a corporate out-of-state multinational private equity firm type of owner will purchase it to flip. And so I think that's something to be extremely mindful of in this time. As we're emerging out of the pandemic, that many places are preparing for being able to kind of get in there before these large multinational private equity buyers come in. They are the most destabilizing landlords of all landlord types. And it's not someone who's right here that you can talk to or sit down and negotiate with. It's someone far away.
Lack of community connection.
No
Knowledge,
community
yeah.
connection and a very specific motivation around a profit model that creates a lot of instability in communities.
Thank you. I'm going to move this along. Commissioner Savas, you're in the queue.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bates, for being here today, and Carmen, and
Nicotris.
how's it pronounced?
Nicotris.
Yeah. So this has been something I've been really watching and been passionate about for a long time, and I think the most frustrating element of this for me has been that doesn't seem to be on the elected side or even sometimes on the staffing sides of local jurisdictions, the realization or the attention to what's happening here. And it compounds, going unaddressed, it compounds, and it's added to the inventory, if you want to call it that, or the number of people that are homeless today. And I remember in 2005 when I sat on MPAC, I had results of a survey basically, and saying that we are trending into poverty, and by the way, in order to help address that, we should have a strategy of which we can relieve the cost of transportation for low-income communities, and use the example that the average low-income person probably spends $2,000 a year on transportation, and if they live near transit, we could reduce their costs and they could actually survive, and they could have enough income to override the growing amount of cost of living. And so that was the model that Metro would build on. And as the time went, I was watching this. I sat on there 05, 06, 07. And I was asking people, so what are we doing about the poverty thing? There's two elements of this. People that are falling into poverty, or our economy falling into poverty. And by the way, where's it working? Where's it working that we can go to? You can point me to where you've done these transportation-oriented developments, and you generated the savings. The people that live there are still there, and they're experiencing that benefit. And so I start driving around, and I start spending time in those communities. And you know what? The people that were there aren't there. The people that they went to help, they're gone. They're somewhere. They were displaced. And the real story is, really what you're hearing and seeing today, is that their life often spirals downward. I love your analogy, Dr. Bates, about the plant. You pull a nice, good, healthy plant, you pull it out of the ground, you go to replant it. It never does so well. It takes a long time. It may not ever recover, may even perish, right? So the books have been written about the story, about this scenario of people's life once they're displaced. Same goes for businesses. I mean, you get your customer base, you get comfortable, you have your employees, and then suddenly you're displaced. Same thing happens. Your employees may not come back to work because you may be displaced in an area where they can't get to. It's a downward spiral. It adds to homelessness, it adds to poverty, and it's something that if we were more thoughtful and just looking forward about the tools, the ideas of land trust, land acquisition, and everything else to get people into home ownership, get into affordability, and be able to stay in the community that they live in is important. And communities of color have experienced this more than anyone. What was once redlining, urban renewal, the nickname for urban renewal by some of those communities is urban removal, okay? Transportation-oriented development, now a term that has been redefined as transit-oriented displacement, because really in Southern California, other examples of area, my example is where's it work, is that you have an area of high need for transit, low-income areas. You provide the transit, and then pretty soon those with the money that want to live nearby, the market drives the prices up, and then people are economically displaced as a result, whether it's intentional or not. So it's incumbent upon, I think, all elected officials to, number one, understand this, realize it, and take the steps in advance of making these changes, whether they're zoning changes or they're transit investments or infrastructure investment in advance. That's the key. And if you don't do that, then it's like you coulda, woulda, shoulda. Well, you always say, oh, you should have done this, or you should have done that. That wouldn't have happened. Well, so we have that opportunity, and we ought to be more thoughtful about how we do that. And we have not. And I watched that happen all around. In Clackamas County, that's already happened. It happened in Oak Grove. We went from rents that literally doubled within 6 months of the opening of the Orange Line. People don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that, but it's a fact. So that I think, the cost to keep people in their homes is far less to deal with them when they're on the street and trying to put them back and deal with it. And if we really care and we really want to look at our cost, and we want to look at how our impacts to our communities, then we would take this seriously. And I think I just look at where I grew up. I couldn't afford to live where I grew up. Three different homes I lived in when I was younger. I couldn't afford to live there today because of the cost. I mean, they're over $1 million, those homes, and there's nothing special about them. They were $6,000 homes when they were brand new, little tiny 800, 1,000 square foot homes. So this is a serious issue. But just imagine that you get to a point in your life and you can't even afford to live in the neighborhood you grew up. I think it's a sad day, and people should have an opportunity to live the American dream. And there's a lot of studies on this and a lot of work that Dr. Bates, people like yourselves, have looked at and studied. And I'd really like to know, I felt in talking to people that maybe the biggest way to convey it is greater education and educating people like ourselves. And I'd like to hear your thoughts on maybe how we can spread the word or get more attention around this.
That was for Dr. Bates?
Yes.
Well, I think that, Commissioner, one reality is the people who are experiencing this already know about it and can speak to the experiences that they're having. Whether it's the business owners that Carmen was speaking about, community members who are either happy, as it sounds in the North Clackamas example, with some of the services or programs that they've been able to participate in. But to have that kind of public dialogue with folks who really see what's happening in their own communities and can describe their aspirations and their dreams for what they would like to see here. I'm always happy to come in the community and share research findings or national examples. And the folks who are here I think are the best educators with their neighbors and their community members about what is happening. But we're also always happy to have the conversation at Portland State. And, I think there are a lot of resources because this is a challenge that is increasingly being not only recognized, but taken very seriously by jurisdictions all around the state and all around the West Coast in particular with these very hot markets. And there are a lot of spaces of learning for government officials as well to learn from one another. Grounded Solutions is one, GARE, Government Alliance for Racial Equity is one. A group called Policy Link does a lot of support. National League of Cities is doing a lot of work, learning opportunities, collective learning opportunities for government officials to learn from one another in peer exchanges.
Yeah. And I've tried to stimulate that dialogue amongst our local county commissioners in our District 8 meetings, for example, a couple of years ago, and it just, there was interest at first, and then it just, and I was trying to get people to wrap their thinking and maybe education around how we can get in front of that. And the homeless crisis and the situation has only gotten significantly worse since then. I think that I see a correlation between the two. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for any of the presenters today? Commissioner Scholl.
Yes, Dr. Bates. In Oregon, we have very restrictive land use laws. And so when we see encroachment of big investment dollars encroaching a neighborhood, like what happened in North Portland, for example, years ago. The new development need has very few places to go because of these restrictive land use laws. I think one of the problems is that those land use laws preclude the option of going to new potential residential areas and building new properties instead of taking over existing homes. And what happens often is, like in the case of North Portland, and this happens so many times, somebody builds a home in the 1940s for $8,000. And somebody comes to the neighborhood and offers now the grandmother $308,000. And now that home's gone. The children no longer have a family home to live in. So I think we could at least to some degree reduce the potential for displacement by pushing back on Salem to reduce the restriction on land use laws. It's got to be part of the solution.
Well, Commissioner, I guess respectfully, we disagree, I think, about one piece of this and agree about another piece of this. If we look nationally at the scope of development regulation and land use regulation, Oregon, the Portland Metro, is about median. There are locational limitations to development here. We don't sprawl endlessly into greenfields that are in many ways offset by some of the other by right land use regulations that are actually very unusual nationally. And, you know, one of the challenges that we have around housing and housing affordability is not so much how many units can we make, it's that certain parts of the metro area, certain parts of the city of Portland in particular, are just extremely popular and have seen a lot of population growth. So I think where we agree is that there's a location problem in that if we don't think about displacement from place as we think about overall regional housing supply, we may end up with an okay number of units, but we will end up with a lot of pushing out of people here and there based on income. So because we have this unique system, which in many ways supports having a more healthy region, and actually supports the growth of this region because it's one of the things that makes this area popular and as a destination to move to. It is the way that our land use is constrained. It's having access to natural areas close by the city. It's being able to have, you know, sidewalks and parks and transit and things like that. So it's a double-edged sword. But it means that we have to really redouble efforts to think very carefully about displacement and to think about ensuring that we have access. And it is one of the reasons why I strongly, speak about engaging with private sector development actors in the conversation about the adjustments that we make going forward. I do believe as a planner, I cannot will any private sector actor to think and do as I do. I must understand how they are, the constraints and choices that they have, how they're making decisions, how they understand and view the scene and the market. And again, I think that because we do have many local developers, local owners, it is possible to be in those conversations and engage around partnership and understand more about how to achieve kind of mutual goals around inclusion and equity, even within our larger system.
It's interesting. Thank you very much. Do we have Gary?
We're out of time.
I want to thank all the presenters for coming in and giving this board a very enlightening look at displacement issue, something that we can certainly gnaw and think about. And staff has been here to consider as we go forward. Our next policy session is up at 2:30. It should be lengthy, and I'm going to take a break for about 8 minutes, and then we will return. We are in recess until 2:38. Thank you.
Okay, I only have 7 minutes.
Welcome back after the recess to our June 22nd policy session. Gary, please lead it off.
Thank you, Chair Smith. Next is Park Avenue Community Project, Direction on Development and Design Standards. We have staff from Transportation and Development to present, Dan Johnson, Jennifer Hughes, and Karen Burig. Dan, are you starting?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Yeah, just a refresher again, this is the Park Avenue Community Project, basically simply to get direction from the Board of County Commissioners on the development and design standards recommended by the Projects Advisory Committee. This has been a lengthy process over a number of years, and a project identified and adopted in a long-range work program for prior years for our planning department. Not the first time you've heard about this, December 3rd presentation to the BCC, where the board acknowledged the work of the committee, but directed some additional outreach to businesses, which included 2 additional meetings where some and/or all of you attended those, and those were facilitated by Commissioner Savas, and Commissioner Schrader attended as well. One last thing I want to highlight, this is not a final decision. This is simply gaining guidance on advancing the recommendation from the advisory committee into an additional public engagement and vetting process with the Planning Commission. That Planning Commission will then develop a future recommendation, which may be similar or not to the recommendation you see before you today. And that will come back to this board for future consideration. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Karen Burig to kind of run through the presentation.
We're looking forward to getting direction from you to, as Dan said, initiate the process of amending the zoning development plan and the comprehensive plan to implement the development design standard recommendations.
Just a moment. Somebody is waving at me. Whose microphone is not on? I don't know what you're saying. You're going to have to come into the room.
It's not you, it's the audio.
Oh, it was me.
Yeah. So do we have a little sign there that says "Do not touch" or you'll be electrocuted? Because every time
That would be helpful.
That can be easily arranged.
Because every time, no offense, we have a new person comes in here, they turn it off, and then other people come in and they press it. Everybody's pressing it when they should just be on. Just saying.
Okay.
Yeah. So Karen,
I'll
ahead.
just go on to the next slide.
Go on to
We're
the next
good.
slide.
So, slide 2. So before I get deeper into my presentation, I just wanted to highlight a few points. And then first, I do want to talk about the fact that this project is about change. It was started over 3 years ago. Actually, I was thinking about it. I think it was 4. With the goal of working with the community to identify the types of changes that need to be made to the development and design standards to support the area becoming an activity center. And this activity center was identified in the McLaughlin Area Plan. This also includes supporting a mix of uses that are appropriate for the area around a light rail station. So a community advisory committee made up of both residents and business owners and commercial property owners worked together for over a year with the consulting team to engage the community to create these recommendations. There were significant engagement activities that occurred throughout the course of the project. The advisory committee's charge from the very beginning with the actual application of the Metro grant was to create these development design standards to implement the McLaughlin Area Plan. So I also want to highlight that these recommended changes are for only the half mile, so it's only a small portion of the McLaughlin Area Corridor. And so we're not talking about all of McLaughlin Boulevard. We're only talking about the half mile and pretty much the area that's north of Courtney Avenue. And so and here on this map, it kind of shows the area. And we're talking only about the area that is pink and orange along McLaughlin Boulevard. So it's the C3 district and the MR1 district. So while there are a host of actions, I guess finally, while there are a host of actions that could be taken to support the evolution of this area as an activity center, and to support a greater number of uses there. Today, we're specifically talking about changes to the zoning development ordinance. So we're only talking about changes to zoning and development ordinance and the comprehensive plan that would support transitioning this area to a place that really maximizes the land around the light rail station and access to the trolley trail. Next slide. So the development design standards, as recommended by the Park Avenue Community Advisory Committee, support the board, the BCC Performance Clackamas goals. It supports the DTD strategic plan, as well as the McLaughlin area plan. So the details are on this slide, and Dan also touched on those. So next slide. So as I noted, the project has a long history. In your packet, there were materials that were presented to the board back in December. So let's see, and then that's when the Park Avenue Advisory Committee gave the full presentation to the board about the project and their recommendation. The development design standards recommended by the Park Avenue community are the changes that are needed to the ZDO. And so in December, the board accepted their work. They asked us to do this additional outreach to the businesses, and they also wanted to move forward with the discussion about countywide anti-displacement. So it was kind of a nice partnering that we had the presentation just earlier about anti-displacement, so you guys can have a broader idea of what is meant by anti-displacement strategies. As a part of this project, we also had a memo that was specifically kind of gave guidance to the actions that could be done in partnership to support anti-displacement in the area. So today, actually, that was the action that was taken in December. So next slide. So this also gives you just kind of a different kind of view of the area and the area where this, the recommendations are being applied. I'm just gonna reiterate, it's the area north of Courtney in the C3 and the MR1 area, so this kind of gives you a different visual of that. Slide 6. So the advisory committee made a suite of recommendations related specifically to the development design standards. So those changes, that the guidance that they recommended, and I'll read them all, is one, they recommended increasing the residential density in the area, allowing for more types of small-scale manufacturing, scaling building design and site design to match the streetscape, to be able to create this active street design, prohibit new auto-oriented uses and self-storage, and that's within the permitted uses within the zoning. They also recommended that in the medium-density residential, the MR1, to allow cottage cluster, and that's a smaller type of unit at double the densities, at higher densities, and really that's kind of one of the biggest changes in that MR1. Really, they had a very focused change in the MR1. Also, for the C3 and the MR1, they were looking at requiring new pedestrian and bicycle connections, and then also modifying the on-street or on-site, on-site parking requirements. So that was the full suite of recommendations they made related to the development and design standards. So overall, there's been support for the work of the advisory committee and the recommendations. But there was one primary point of contention that kind of came up, and both came up right at the end of the process. And so the past board was presented with a petition about this concern about limiting and prohibiting auto-oriented uses. And that was part of the reason why the board asked us to go out and talk to the business owners. So we went out and talked with the business owners, as Dan mentioned. There were 2 forums that occurred over the past 6 months. And so let's see, next slide. So there were 2 meetings, major concern, auto-oriented uses. And so just kind of what the current status is, so you understand, is currently, if we look at the different uses in that area right now, 12 of the 40 commercial uses, so nearly a quarter, maybe more, or less than a quarter, maybe a fifth, are actual auto-oriented uses. So there are quite a few happening in that area right now. There are other uses also that are occurring in the commercial district. By moving forward with the recommendation proposed by the advisory committee, those uses that are currently there now that are auto-oriented would change into a non-conforming status. so they would not be required to stop. They could continue their use, and they could actually, that use could be done by a different owner. So that is a kind of a tool that we use to be able to support both kind of the future evolution of an area, but support those existing businesses. So let's see. In your packet, there was a table that we provided on page 3 that kind of outlined a couple of different options. It's really about providing you with the opportunity to talk about what direction you might want to give to staff about moving forward. So the options that are outlined in that table 3 really are about moving forward with the Park Avenue, the Community Advisory Committee recommendation. And they specify kind of the uses and being able to start the process related to the zoning development ordinance changes with the Park Avenue Community recommendation. The option 2 really is about saying, well, maybe there are some uses that we want to actually retain that are auto-oriented, and those being the uses that are currently there right now. And then the third option really is about just not making any changes to the permitted uses in that area. So we really have provided this with you for a starting place for your conversation. So I only actually have one more slide. This is an opportunity for you to talk and ask us questions. So let's see, next slide. So staff does recommend that the board move forward with the Park Avenue Community Advisory Committee recommendation and move forward that recommendation onto the Planning Commission and use that as a tool for additional input and to receive the Planning Commission's formal recommendation. We're here to answer questions, to provide more information. If you have questions about what the non-conforming use status is, we can get into that more detail. And we can also help facilitate the conversation about what uses should potentially be prohibited or not within that 1/2 mile. So again, just the 1/2 mile area around the light rail station. So with that, I think I will stop my presentation and we're here for questions. I think that the options that we're looking for you to move forward, the development design standards into the public hearing process to amend the ZDO and the comprehensive plan.
I thought this had to go to the Planning Commission.
Yes, that's what initiating the process of moving those forward to the Planning Commission.
I have some comments I'd like to make, but Commissioner Savas here in the queue.
Well, go ahead, Chair Smith.
Well, that's all right, you can.
Okay. If you all indulge me a little bit. So back in December 2nd, we met and, we had recognized somewhat, we get in a kind of flood of inputs from a lot of folks. And as Karen kind of outlined, there was a point of contention, I guess. And as more information came out, we were able to absorb that. I think we got a better idea. Following that, and also with the two discussions we had with the businesses back in March and April, I believe. So I want to thank Commissioner Schrader for helping with that. I want to thank staff for helping with the outreach to set those up. We heard from them directly. And I just want to clarify, there's obviously some misunderstandings. I don't think any of it's intentional, but there are, substantial misunderstandings along the way. But, I think it's fair to say that the businesses, once they learned of the restrictions to their property, they really worked hard to get themselves organized, to gather together, and in a short time frame to try to respond to those, understand them and respond. And there was a little bit of time that was granted to the business representative on the Park Avenue Committee, but not enough time. And then by the time it came to December 2nd, there was no other opportunity to speak to it. So we've learned a lot. And, I won't say I'm torn. Maybe it is the right word, but it is very difficult. I feel that through this period of time, 8-9 months, I've heard there's not one side, there's not two sides, there's a lot of different viewpoints on this. And I would say that a lot of folks don't fully understand it either. And I would say of all those different viewpoints, I think that's somewhat universal. But I just want to just point to that this has been somewhat anguishing and also disappointing to some degree, because I think there has been opportunity for the community to come together and resolve these last few issues. And maybe they do look like option 2 in the packet on page 3 that Karen just referenced. Maybe it does look like that. I don't know, because we haven't had the opportunity. I appreciate you all doing this. This is a great middle ground perhaps, but I don't know, right? It's not, I haven't had an opportunity to discuss that, or have they had an opportunity, but the businesses in the community and everyone else. And I just thought it would be really appropriate at this point in time, or then when we learned of this, to get MAPIT, who supported this project in the beginning before it ever got going. They were part of this, and we've relied on MAP 1, MAP 2 to map it to get to where we are today. And they're not structurally there because the Oak Grove Community Council went on a hiatus for a while until August, as I understand the letter that we got this weekend that I sent you copies of to make sure you saw that. But in that letter, it states that that MAPIT supported this. And if you read the November 30, 2020 letter, which I included in your email today, thank you, Everett, for sending that to my colleagues. You'll see in the 1, 2, 3, the fourth paragraph that there were some issues that, like Karen's expressing, expressed in there. And also you'll see in the fifth paragraph, in the last sentence, it states this: last Saturday's McLaughlin Area Business Alliance email arrived after this particular committee had finished the report, which is really the following pages of the MAPIT November 30, 2020 document. So it's evident they were really trying hard, to everyone's credit, to come together and try to understand what they had before them. And I just wish there had been a little bit more time for them to work through that then. I think there's an opportunity to work through that today if they choose to come together. I'm just disappointed that there's a reluctance to actually do that. In my 24 years of community involvement, I don't think I've ever experienced a situation where the community that I live in has not been willing to come to the table. And a lot of them are, don't get me wrong. There's just some that won't. And that's a little bit, just to say that's a little bit disappointing. I sit here today, very awkward, not knowing what my community really wants. Very similar to the Oglo Bridge. Because there I was represented, I wanted to know what people thought, and I went to the community, and I asked them, I stood up in front of the room, and I said, my opinion doesn't matter, it's your opinion that matters, please tell me. And I've made that plea 3 times, twice in person, and once via email to the chair. I know that COVID-19 has compromised public involvement during this period of time. That's unfortunate that no one's to blame for that. It's evident that the plight of those impacted is not well understood by those who are not seeing these zone changes, whether they're nearby residents, whether they're business owners or property owners. So I know that and have confidence that everyone participated in good faith, and I know they spent hours of time, their own personal time, to get forth. And I think there's some people want to see this go forward as is, and I know that some people want to see it just completely die, and I'm neither of those two, in the sense that I want to see the community tell me what they want, so when it gets to the Planning Commission, they can focus on the details and make sure we get it right. I wish more people, as is recorded, I wish more people that are watching here today listen to the previous session here just an hour ago on displacement, because it had a lot to do with what we're talking about here today. As the chairperson of MAP 1, which I was, I can attest to the hundreds of hours and labor-intensive work it is and how hard it is to bring a community consensus. And when we needed more time, at the time, Clackamas County staff granted that time, and we had the ability to get where we need to get. We got consensus. Can't always get there, but you can get majority consensus. It's just painful to hear, frankly, certain groups criticize other groups for somewhat saying that, oh, at the last minute they did this, or at the last minute they did that. But really, the critical information on the restrictions came really in the 11th hour. So we need to understand that. So I don't know where to go today.
Thank you.
I would
Commissioner
frankly like
Savas.
to see it, frankly, just go to the community, resolve a few of these issues, and then send it to the Planning Commission from there. Thank you.
I am, like Commissioner Savas, a bit torn on this. And Karen, I appreciate your presentation today and the work that you've done. And you talked about the community as offered input. I'd like to define community on this because the inputs that we're getting, they're all over the board. I do not see a clear consensus that this board could take on a project that is this large with the lasting impact that is this large that we could take today and represent the greater good of our Clackamas County citizens. And that's always my default position. I'm trying to find out what the greatest good of this project is, and for the life of me, I can't. If you prohibit the existing uses that have been there since the beginning of time, I see how that fails the greatest good. And there's a lot of criticism around the auto dealerships. Well, somebody has to sell cars. That doesn't mean we can't have a coffee shop or a nail salon or a hair salon. But when you have language that I see in here, I have a lot of difficulty with that. And your slides, I have an extreme amount of difficulty with that. I would like to see more coexistence, and I don't. I see one group pitted against the other. I see the home builders wanting to have density and vertical housing at the cost of what? I see people wanting sidewalks where they can ride their bicycles and really nice parks with white picket fence at what cost to a county whose budget is going to projected to be flat just to be able to hold our own over the next several years. So I today do not think that it is prudent or whatsoever for this board to consider anything but option 3. It's not to say if we were to pass this to the Planning Commission, I don't even know what the poor Planning Commission would even do. They would be inundated with the same dissension that we have been inundated with. We have emails here and from special interest groups and this email and this email and this email. I just don't see how we can pass anything today, and I'm in agreement with Commissioner Savas on that, and I see 2 other commissioners in the queue. Commissioner Fisher, I believe you were next.
So is there an option of bringing the group back together again to talk about this one issue and get clarity? Because there's a lot of misinformation out there.
I'll take it. We do not guide or direct the work of MAPIT. They are an independent body. And so we are not in a position, we have helped them in the past as they've developed guiding principles and as they've worked through staff from PGA has helped them. And it involves 3 independent community entities. And so that group would want to have a conscious effort to come back together.
Can we look at that? I mean, can we ask them?
Well,
I sent them a letter, which I copied you on, commissioners, and one of the members declined to do that, of the 4 members groups, 4 membership. 4 members of the group, one of them declined to join, which means there's not a quorum to continue business.
Okay, so which was the group that didn't want to show up?
Oak Grove Community Council, yeah.
And is there any chance they might change their mind? I mean, I'm just wondering about a pathway through. My kind of thought, so I'll just tell you what I'm thinking. I think this has been going on for so long, far before I was a commissioner, that it's important that and there's so much effort that's gone into it from so many people, and there is a lot of consensus points that have been reached. There is the point about that Karen has talked about, and there's also a concern about, we just had a talk about displacement, and there's displacement of people in housing. There's also displacement of jobs, and there's the potential of not having those living sustainable jobs because some of the uses are sustainable jobs. And so my thought would be if we could frame for the Planning Commission, it's sort of a take on option 2, of making certain exceptions for the businesses that provide sustainable jobs right now. That
Exception
there's-
for businesses that I didn't hear.
that I think the language, is it sustainable jobs? The language has changed from family wage jobs. Is it sustainable? Gary, help me, somebody.
I
Karen
guess
knows.
I would say provide for family wage jobs.
Okay, so family wage jobs, whatever the new term is.
Self-sufficiency standard that you
Self-sufficient.
put in your board goals, that's the
Yes.
language.
Okay, thank you, Gary. I knew that you could pull that out of our placard.
That's why we have them on the tables, except not on your tables.
That's what I would like to see go to the Planning Commission, and with the suggestion that they encourage more community engagement to wrap this up.
Thank you,
have this done.
Commissioner Fisher. That's,
And I don't know if that's possible. I guess that's a question I have.
it's
That is
noteworthy.
that public, oh, I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
Noteworthy. Commissioner Schrader is up next.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank the staff, because I think, this is like the fourth map it? How many map-its have we done since 2003?
It's a journey.
Yeah, it's a journey. It's a long
journey.
journey, and it's not over yet. So what I've been picking up on, if I can just be pretty direct here, there seems to be two factions here. The business community doesn't feel listened to, and there's another group of folks that want to see the change there. And frankly, I think that we have done everything we can to try and bring them together. At this point, I would strongly suggest if they wanted to see something happen, they need to do it outside of our purview and decide what it is they want. We'll have the document here, but right now, I'm not prepared to take an action on it because, this has been kind of consistent with folks there. We kind of get, we kind of get close to something, and then one group doesn't like it, the other group loves it, and it's kind of like, it's an untenable position for the commission, and it's an untenable position for our staff, because we should not be the super mayors of that area, and that's kind of what we are consistently asked to be. And I'm going to strongly suggest that if folks want to see something happen, whatever those groups are, and I've listened to the business community, and I always listen to the community planning and all these other folks, they're just going to have to tell us. And I would suggest right now not burdening the Planning Commission with anything, because I honestly think it's going to be just a boondoggle. And this is not to say I think that staff, you've done it's just so hard to finally get here and just say, hey, if those folks can't work it out, I don't know what else we can do.
I kind of tend to agree, Commissioner Schrader. Commissioner Scholl's in the queue.
Yes, Mr. Johnson, if this was approved, what is the build-out timeline? 20 years, 30 years?
That's a direct correlation to the market.
Right.
So essentially, you have a number of properties there that have high redevelopment potential. And so I think that redevelopment pace is going to be dictated by what properties and when.
Mm-hmm.
And so I can think of two. One is essentially almost bare ground. The second is occupied by a larger facility that possibly may look to redevelop, that has a larger section of land. And I would assume those may go earlier than the rest of the project as a whole. But a lot of the elements that are found within the code, and correct me if I'm wrong, are supplementing that, or are making those. We have talked about pro formas when you develop a project, about how it's the cost and it's the revenue you can make of a project. These changes increase the profit mark, not the profit, but the revenue that comes in to make the pro formas more possible or more likely. And so it assists in doing that, which would then increase or speed up the development rate.
Right. But a project this size is going to take quite a long time.
I would assume it would take some time.
Yeah, my
20, 30,
guesstimate,
40 years.
20 years, 30 years.
Yep.
So the impact of change on the businesses and the people there is going to be incremental over a long period of time, I would think. Now, so I'm leading up to this.
Okay.
As I read through all this input from people in the area, the one thing that comes back is the objection to the restrictive wording about some of the limitations on some of the businesses, in particular the car businesses. What would happen if those restrictive words were left out and that free market was able to do what it wants? Meanwhile, the project goes through planning, it goes into effect, and we start this long process of building out a step at a time so that in 2055, we drive through there, get out with our cane, and we see a built-out project that really didn't happen with a whole lot of trauma to the current businesses and people there. For example, when it comes to displacement, someday, somebody who's living in one of the houses we're concerned about being bulldozed to put a apartment building in there, that person's going to get $800,000 for their house someday, the house they paid $20,000, $25,000 for back in the 50s. You see, so the impact of the development over a long period of time is not going to be particularly drastic, I think.
If those uses were allowed.
Right, yeah. So what I'm saying to you is I like the Park Avenue idea, but I like it with no restrictions on free enterprise. I don't know if you can wrap your head around
Can
that.
I try to answer your question?
I don't know if one makes the other difficult, but I think if we could do that, go back to the community up there, because they're the ones who really count, and run that by them, see if we can't get the consensus that Commissioner Savas is talking about, and then come back here again. Now, you know me, I don't like to defer things. You know what I mean? I like to get stuff done like yesterday morning. But anyway.
Can I try to answer your question real quick?
Sure you can.
Because I think that if I get down to the heart of it, it was, why are there concerns about restricting these auto-based businesses if they may have little to no impact on this area as it redevelops? And I think the concern, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Karen, is that a number of those auto-based businesses have long-term longevity in regards to their occupancy of a site. So I made the mistake one time of saying, oh, that fast food restaurant's they're not going to be around. They'll get redeveloped in like 5 or 6 years. And those types of businesses tend to stay located in those prime areas for long periods of time. They may change chains, so it may go from a Burger King to a McDonald's or whatever it might be. But those auto-based businesses that are on those corridors rack up moderate to large pieces of property for a long period of time and allow for little redevelopment potential. I'm not saying that's bad or that's good. I'm just saying that's kind of a fundamental concern. Do you want to expand to that? Is there anything else that you'd add to that?
So I'm not quite sure if I'm adding exactly onto what you're saying, but I do want to highlight the fact that part of this project was really to look at the uses and the appropriate uses around a light rail station and engage the community with their ideas about what they would like to see in that area. And so we have other light rail stations in Clackamas County upon which has similar kind of guidance for the uses that are allowed. So around the Clackamas Regional Center, they have similar types of restrictions, additional density that's allowed around the Fuller Road light rail station. So the recommendations coming out of the Park Avenue Community Advisory Committee are not dissimilar from the other areas. So I did want to highlight that to you. I do also think that we do have, it's easy along McLaughlin Boulevard to think of it as all one piece. And the other thing about this particular project is saying this is a unique area. This area north of Courtney is different than. And what are those things that we can do to support the fact that it is different? It has different access to transportation, it has different access to jobs, and how can we support that transition to the future? So that's part of the reason why those limiting of those type of uses that are more auto-oriented and less pedestrian-friendly that aren't providing those opportunities for people to walk to different services and whatnot, why that's folded into that particular recommendation, versus just saying, allowing for any use to be there and let the market kind of evolve.
Thank you. So what's wrong with free enterprise? Oh, I don't know why why government continually wants to come in and clamp down on what's there. Like, now, is there now educate me, and this might be a really dumb question, but is there any reason that vertical housing can't be built along some of these areas? And I'm thinking of the old Punky Scott location. What's the?
Bomber.
Bomber. There's no reason why vertical housing can't be put there in a park in the middle, correct?
Correct.
Correct, okay.
Under the current requirements,
The
yeah.
code will allow it, but currently the density standards are 25 units an acre. Now, you acted a week ago to lift that, so, well, to send it to the planning commission.
And can't she come in and apply if she has a willing builder, or can she apply that and bring it to the board or the planning commission to allow for something more dense than what's currently in the ZDOs? So you're telling us, Dan, that we have to do this whole big fat zone change on all this?
We don't, I'm not saying, first of all, I'm not saying anything. This is from the advisory committee. And so I want to be clear about that. Secondly, the discussion is that we have to have clear and objective standards that apply in certain areas. And those have got to apply to, and we can choose sub-areas like we're doing right now in these little specific areas, but those objectives have got to apply to everybody. So there's no latitude in our current process to do a one-off where one individual landowner comes and asks for more from you.
Why not? Is that a state law, or is that our rule? That's what I get so continually frustrated at time after time when we're looking at zoning. And you and I, and you and you and I have had so many discussions on this. Metal siding, lot line adjustments. Okay, I don't understand why, as a government, we can't be more flexible for the people who want to come in and invest. Why can't we be more flexible with our current plans of the people who want the little park over here in the R3 area? But those little people, from what I understand, don't want any more auto dealerships in there. Frankly, I don't think they have the right to say that. And I don't think the auto dealerships have the right to say, oh, we don't want parks there either. And what I don't understand is why we can't coexist. And if government is the leader in this, then we need to be more flexible and not have the language that's in here. And I understand this has come from da-da-da-da. That's why I do not think this board should approve anything today. Paul, you're in the queue.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I do share, some of Commissioner Smith's frustration about us being more nimble, if you will, when, there's opportunity comes across. And I'm not going to challenge that. I can see in the packet there's a recommendation somewhere, whether it's this one or the last one, where what we're doing here has to go to DLCD, is that correct? LCDC?
We have to notify them of code amendments. That's a legal requirement.
Okay.
But DLCD isn't going to have a problem, I do not think, with this particular proposal, because it doesn't really implicate state land use laws. If you want to provide more flexibility, just in a general sense, there may be ways to do that, but you have to amend your code to do it. I recognize it's not your code, but it's the code that's been built up over 50 years. So to make it more flexible, we have to change those rules. And there's any number of ways that could potentially be done if the board wants to explore that.
Yeah, and I can also understand that in order to defray the cost and the labor and all the time it would take for staff to do it, these one-offs, if we did something like that, Chair, would cost, a lot of money, and I'm sure that would be an impact, the soft cost for any developer to develop it. But so I'm going to start off my notes. I wanted to kind of just address something that maybe Commissioner Shull's not aware of, that in this area, there's a lot of homes that are not owner-occupied. Say that they're not owner-occupied, they're rentals. So it's the rental market where the greatest risk of displacement happens. If there's an opportunity to raise the rents, then, that's what helps. And also apartments in the area as well. And So I wanted to say that. The other one is that what I agree, I think Karen touched on it, what I agree with, is that, and I think even Commissioner Scholl said it as well, this area has potential. I mean, there's a way to capitalize on the investment of the light rail station that's there. There is those opportunities. I mean, and we're seeing some of that start to take place at the Green Line. What station is that?
Fuller.
The Fuller Road Station, thank you. The difference between these two areas is one's highly concentrated with housing, the Orange Line, Park Avenue, and where Fuller Road Station is not so much. So there's a far less risk of displacement at the Fuller Road Station than there is over here. But there is potential there, and I think there's an opportunity to capitalize it. That's why I really want to see everyone get together, and maybe that's where it ends up. That would be a good thing. And maybe we can come back and move this on to the Planning Commission at that time, if that's where we go. The other thing I think that needs to be done here, and going back to the first session here for undisplacement, and I think Dr. Bates spoke to it, is that when you do these projects, you really need to do an assessment and find out what your vulnerabilities are when it comes to those lower income and all those at risk, and a number of other factors. And there's a number, even marketing factors, that assessment of what, for example, how many of the properties are owner occupied, how many are not, what are the income levels, what's the risk for that if, God forbid, a mass displacement. But I just want to put that out there. And Jennifer, you touched on the point that the actions getting to, whether it was either Commissioner Smith, I think, asking about those changes. What we did do last Tuesday does add the opportunity for density. Can you just speak to that a little bit so that my colleagues can equate the two together?
There's an overlap between the Housing Strategies project that you considered a week ago and the Park Avenue project. It's a fairly narrow overlap, but there is. In two areas, residential density. So as I said, currently in the C3 zone, the density is capped at 25 units an acre. But what you authorized us to move forward last week is to go up to 60 units an acre. That would apply in this area as well as other areas in the county. The proposal here, I think, is no maximum density, so it would be even higher. But regardless, up to 60 would be incorporated in that other project. The other thing is the parking requirements. So we talked about at least a modest reduction potentially in the parking requirements for multifamily development. That would also apply in this area. So there will be some changes possible here just as a result of the Housing Strategies project. This Park Avenue project goes farther. And frankly, the most significant thing it does beyond the residential density and parking issues is this prohibition on auto-oriented uses. And that obviously is causing the greatest consternation. That is also the greatest potential, in my view, for change. But as you said, it's not necessarily free market change. It's being controlled by the regulations.
Let's see, who's next? Martha or Shaw? I don't know.
I think I was. Am I, Commissioner Shaw?
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify something. We're talking about the zoning ordinance change and the comprehensive plan. Is there any vision on, we're not talking about a master plan community. We're talking about a comprehensive plan.
Correct.
Okay. The question is this: has there been any discussion about limiting the flow of traffic on 99E in any of this?
No, it's a
Oh,
state
good.
highway.
No impact to that. There's no additional restrictions.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Commissioner Schrader.
So I see this less as a land use problem, as more of a governance problem, because when Commissioner Savas said the Green Line where the redevelopment happened, at least in Milwaukee, I'm assuming, Commissioner, is that where you're talking?
North of the town center, so it's that unincorporated area.
Okay, that's unincorporated, but then the redevelopment in Milwaukee is under the umbrella of a city. All the redevelopment, for example, on 99E that's going north, okay, they've got the stop in Milwaukee, and then when the infinite wisdom, they've moved it to an unincorporated urban area, which kind of went against our policy at the time of not continuing to urbanize areas because, again, as the government, we don't have the skills to be a city. So I see this not just as a land use issue, I see it as a governance issue of a large group of an unincorporated urban area that, for all intents and purposes, should be a city. There seems to be a growing need for that. Whether or not people will go there, we tried to have that conversation back in 2004, if I recall, and it was a big no. But part of the issue then is that we become the governing body for an area where there has consistently been lovely people, folks, residents, love them all, know them all, that cannot seem to come to a point of consensus. And so the monkey consensus is always on our backs, and essentially is always putting our staff in the middle of, whatever this issue is. So there's two things we can do. Take no action today and just say, I'll give two options. Take no action today and let the folks know that aren't agreeing that somehow they need to come to a consensus with whatever process they want to come with if they want to get back to us. Please, staff, don't get involved this time. It's making you crazy, okay? Am I right? It's crazy sauce right now. You've worked all this hard, you're logical. This is emotional stuff, so it's not you. Or what we can do is we can just punt it to the Planning Commission and let all the folks who agree and disagree with what we have now just duke it out at the Planning Commission level.
Thank you, Commissioner Schrader. We have another commissioner in the queue, and before that, I'm going to make a motion that we accept option number 3. Before I get a second on that, Shannon, is that Commissioner Fisher in the queue?
It is.
Go ahead, Commissioner Fisher.
I would be in support of supporting option 2 with a recommendation that we provide exceptions for businesses that provide family wage jobs. That would be where I would be with this. I would not support option 3. I have been in communications with, as best I can, the Oak Grove Community Council. That's what I'm doing right here. I have Valerie Chapman, who's from the Oak Grove Community Council, saying that she is good with coming back to the table and will facilitate bringing the community back together to continue working on this, which I think is good, that they are working to plan that. If we send this on to the Planning Commission, then they can do their work and they can build their consensus and they can present that to the Planning Commission. But I'm concerned about us in our role as the Clackamas County Commission. We are the governance body for this area, if we like it or not. That's our job. I want to thread the needle. I think staff has done a really good job in helping us think through that. We need to do both. We need to help this community plan, but we also need to support our family wage jobs and businesses in not having over-regulation in their land use planning. So I will be in support of either option 2 with that caveat.
Oh, thank you. I'm not in support of option 2. It's just too nebulous, Commissioner. We have 2 more commissioners in the queue. Commissioner Savas, you're up.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear, Commissioner Fisher, what you just shared, if there's a willingness to come back to the table. The table, I think, that I think is balanced is map it. You got the business community on one side, you have both CPOs, you got a balance of people. And if there's been a change of heart about that or interest in doing that or whatever it may be, I'd be for that. I guess which really means that we wouldn't take any action today and just allow them to work it out and come back at a future date. So that there's not an option here in the packet that speaks to that choice there. But I'm reluctant to send it to the Planning Commission until some of these details get worked out, because I think there's a lot of detail around other factors that are more technical, and having this other thing is just going to make it more complex. So I think there's some easy stuff to do if the community can do that, and there's not the vitriol that gets to the Planning Commission that I think kind of blows it up and confuses it. So that's what I'd prefer to see. I just want to know that I'm sure we're not going to get 100% of agreement on whatever they come up with, but I think they get far closer than they are today. And if there's some softening on the sides, we just need more clear. And we've put a lot of confidence, by the way, in MAPIT and their decisions. We've got we did the lighting project. We did a number of good work, a lot of good work out of that. So we've bought into that. And I also say that if you look at some of the things that have happened in the community, we haven't had any issues. We got a lot of consensus around the Concord Library project, and that thing's moving forward. So we've resolved, and made a lot of progress. But that's ever evolving and a lot more to do, but I'll stop talking.
Thank you very much. I have two more commissioners, Commissioner Scholl, and commissioners, let's be brief as we continue.
Commissioner Schrader, when you're talking about getting consensus and you use the word "they," is MAPIT the "they" you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
I wanted to clarify that, yes.
Okay.
MAPIT and the groups need to get together. The question is, they need to do it
Okay.
themselves right now, and we can pull this back and wait until they come to an agreement, rather than, as you said, sending it to the Planning Commission and having it blow up.
Okay, good. I agree. Okay.
That would be my suggestion.
Thank you.
Are you finished?
Good.
That's
Ann,
it.
Are you finished?
I'm finished.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion today, and that motion is this. I'm going to move that we take no action on this. And if the outside groups can get together without taking such harsh sides on this, if it wants to be community-driven at some other point, then maybe next year this board could consider this. But I move that we take no action on this today.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion has been made by Chair Smith and seconded by Commissioner Schrader. Do we have any other comments? Gary?
So just to confirm that if you do approve this, staff is going to pause indefinitely on this project. They will not do any further action until the community demonstrates to you, commissioners, that there's some form of consensus, and then you will direct staff at that point. But staff will do no further work on this.
I think that is absolutely fair. Now, I'm not saying the project is dead totally at this point. If the community wants to get together and frankly start agreeing on it and quit expecting, I'm going to hope they're listening, quit expecting to go fight and then have mom and dad being the 5 members of the commission trying to figure out who's on first base. It's not going to happen on this particular board, because I don't think that's how we want to operate. It's very unfair of the community to put staff in the position that they have put them in. I don't like it. So they need to get together. I do not want to see any current restricted uses of what's going on out there. And I think our zoning and our planning needs to be more nimble and flexible going forward, letting the free market take over, and that includes housing. I mean, free market just isn't business. Free market is affordable housing and all this other stuff. So any other questions or comments on this?
No, I just hope the community can pull it together, because from my perspective, this has been, it makes me heartsick because it's been going on a very long time. Frankly,
it has.
And I just don't know what else to do about it anymore.
I don't either. Thank you. So with that in mind, Shannon, would you please take the poll?
Commissioner Savas?
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader?
Aye.
Commissioner Scholl?
Aye.
Commissioner Fisher?
No.
Chair Smith?
Aye, motion passes 4-1. I want to thank staff for all your work. And I do apologize that we could not get further on your recommendations today, but it's just not going to work for us. Thank you very much. We are adjourned.
position to a salary position, and that's when I really knew that I could really go far in this company and I could turn this temporary job into a lifelong career. I absolutely love what I do. I love going to work each day. I have savings now. I'm able to put some of my checks away. I bought a brand new vehicle for the first time in my life. I have a lovely home, just in a great situation, and things are looking very good. I have 5-year goal and 10-year goal that are starting to look really possible. So I plan to give back to the resource centers. I work closely with Doug still, and he calls me when he has good people looking for work, and I get them hired. I've gotten a gentleman hired that's doing really great for the company and is advanced and might stay in this company for a career as well.